children to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Que su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
To know that the administrative offices, they have my back. Not only my back, but they have my child's back.
Every child, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of income, regardless of need, every child deserves to have their needs met.
No one person can do it alone. The teachers can't do it alone. Administration cannot do it alone. It's going to take the parents, the community.
I'm very thankful for the partnerships that we have with our communities in both cities that represent our school district. We always ask the question, how can we even do this better? And I think that's where community schools come in because that takes us to the next level. Children to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Que su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
Administrative offices, they have my back. Not only my back, but they have my child's back.
Every child, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of income, regardless of need, every child deserves to have their needs met.
No one person can do it alone. The teachers can't do it alone. Administration cannot do it alone. It's going to take the parents, the community.
I'm very thankful for the partnerships that we have with our communities in both cities that represent our school district. We always ask the question, how can we even do this better? And I think that's where community schools come in because that takes us to the next level. Children to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Que su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
To order and good evening. Great to have you guys all here tonight at this joint special meeting between the Board of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, the City Council of the City of Folsom, City Council of the City of Rancho, Cordova, called to discuss the review of the district reorganization and feasibility study report. So this meeting is called to order officially at 6 p.m. on January 29th, 2024. If you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That brings us to item C, broadcast statement. Broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Because the district is hosting this meeting, I will serve as chairperson during the meeting tonight. We will begin by taking roll, but first I want to say that we appreciate the support of the stakeholders' input into our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we're able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. This meeting has been called as a special joint meeting of the legislative bodies pursuant to Government Code Section 54956. Public comment will be limited to the items on the agenda. Consistent with the district practices for board meetings, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. Students will be allowed 4 minutes. In the event that there are more than 15 anticipated speakers, the board may limit individual speakers to 2 minutes each and the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes or the necessary time for 25 speakers to address the board, whichever is greater. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. Individuals wishing to offer public comment should submit a public comment card to the board secretary and wait to be recognized by the chairperson. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you're here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting or that disrupts our ability to conduct the business of the legislative bodies. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the legislative bodies, staff, or persons making public comments from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the legislative bodies. While we assume the members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of elected officials is protected speech, we will not tolerate any threats of violence made to these legislative bodies, staff, or to other members of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read per the Brown Act. The board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. Okay, we got through that. That's the best part. So that brings us to item D, roll call. At this time, I would like to start the roll call for all legislative bodies and establish that a quorum of each body is present and acknowledge the board and city council has received all electronic comments submitted as it pertains to today's meeting. We'll start with the roll call with Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Superintendent, would you take roll?
Yes, Mr. Melajor?
Here.
Mr. Merrill?
Here.
Mr. Clark? Absent right now. Miss Larrett?
Here.
Miss Lofthouse?
Here.
Miss Reed?
Here.
And Mr. Hootie?
Here.
All are accounted for except Mr. Clark at this time.
Great, thank you. Right, and then we'll hand it over to the city of Folsom for their city council, city manager Anderson, if you would like to.
Thank you. Councilmember Chalam-Cherla.
Here.
Councilmember Rosario Rodriguez. Councilmember Anna Rohrbaugh.
Here.
Mayor Mike Kozlowski is absent. Vice Mayor Sarah Aquino.
Here. I thought red was on.
Okay, all set, thank you. Okay, now over to the City of Rancho Cordova City Council, and it's the City Clerk, Stacy Leitner.
We have Councilmember Terry.
Here.
Councilmember Gatewood.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pulapati.
Here.
We have Councilmember Linda Budge. Can you say that into the microphone for those joining us via Zoom?
What microphone?
Here. Thank you. And we have Mayor David Sander joining us via Zoom.
I am present.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome both cities. I know it's a bit unusual the way we're going through the agenda tonight. We'll soon get to the discussion. We do have one more formal process, which is the adoption of the agenda. I believe each entity will have to adopt the agenda on their own. We'll start with the school board. So do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Motion by Mr. Melajor.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse, Superintendent.
Mr. Melajor.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Hoopie.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
And I will hand it over to Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion?
Second.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. I'll call the roll. Councilmember Chalum-Cherla,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbaugh.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Aquino.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, and Mayor Sander on Zoom, if you don't mind taking over for the city of Rancho Cordova.
I can do that for him. So to adopt the agenda, we need a motion from a council member. Thank you. Roll call will be Councilmember Gatewood,
Yes.
Councilmember Terry,
Aye.
Councilmember Budge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pulapati,
Yes.
Mayor Sander.
Aye.
Motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Great, thank you. That brings us to item 3, introduction of guests. So I'd like to take a moment to formally welcome each of the cities that reside in our district, City of Rancho Cordova and City of Folsom. This meeting is a follow-up to the June 8th meeting to review the results of the feasibility study that was reported regarding the district reorganization. I want to make it clear that we are not taking any action tonight. We're merely reviewing the feasibility study. Each city as well as school board may want to give direction, but no formal action will be taken as a result of tonight's meetings. So now I'd like to hand it over to Mayor Sander for his opening remarks. Mayor Sander, you there?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank you all for coming together on this very important topic. Frankly, school issues, I think, have been important to our region and our two communities and this district for a long time. And we probably should have been discussing this along the way. I think we're sort of overdue for these sorts of discussions about collaboration and options and sort of a strategy that works for both communities and particularly for our kids. So I'm just really heartened to sort of be here in the sense of collaboration. And I'm happy about the information that we've learned in this process. And I look forward to more work like this in the future. So I just want to thank you all for your effort in doing this and say that from the Rancho Cordova side, we look forward to more.
Okay, thank you. And Vice Mayor Aquino.
And on behalf of my colleagues in the city of Folsom, I want to thank the district for hosting us again. I want to give particular thanks to your staff. I know they had to do a lot of work behind the scenes to get the information to the consultants so they could prepare this study. So thank you for that. And then we are looking forward to a thoughtful, respectful, productive discussion tonight. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you so much. And I do, before we get into the discussion, I do want to mention that echo your comments. And I actually just want to say I have appreciated the public's discussion around this. Hasn't always been kind and thoughtful, but I think by and large it has been. So I just want to appreciate everybody that has entered into this discussion and with the thoughtfulness that they have. I agree. Hopefully that is something we can carry over into tonight's meeting. Great. So that gets us actually to the discussion that we are here for tonight. The way that this will go is we're going to hear a presentation about the feasibility study, and we'll pass it off to each city as well as the school board to make any questions or comments, bring it out to the public, and then back to the entities around this table. So with that, Superintendent, if you don't mind with item number 4, discussion, introducing item A, review of district reorganization and feasibility study report.
Thank you, President Hui. And as you mentioned, tonight's meeting is represents the request from our two city councils and our board from the June 8th meeting to move forward with a feasibility study report. The district hired School Services of California, and we have two consultants joining us tonight who will be sharing highlights of the report with us, and are also here tonight to answer any of the questions that our council or our board has. So with that, I'm going to introduce Sean Martin, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, who will introduce our two guests this evening.
All righty. Well, good evening, everybody. What an exciting opportunity for all of us to get together. This evening, we have Matt Phillips and Brianna Garcia from School Services of California. And so they're going to walk us through, they've actually created a presentation document that is a summarization of the 87 plus pages of the report that was generated. I do want to remind everybody that the intent of the information that was gathered was to look at the 9 criteria, and I know Brianna will speak more to that, but using current data. And so I know there will be probably questions about things that would occur if the district was to split. A lot of those pieces were not included in this report because, again, the analysis was just to look at the 9 criteria that are required from CDE. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. So we'll try to answer other questions that come up from the different groups, but please understand that some of that will require additional research and analysis and a lot more time. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So my name is Brianna Garcia with School Services of California. I'm here with my colleague, Matt Phillips, and we are going to walk you through, as Sean noted, a summary of our presentation of our report that we put together. So what we pulled out were the highlights or the pieces that we thought were relevant and important for all of you. But you all have the reports with you, and we'll be here to answer questions afterwards as well. So the district hired us to do a feasibility study of the potential of splitting the district into 2 separate unified school districts. I want to point out that this is just a feasibility study. So if any of the parties do want to move forward with actually an action to split the district, then you'd actually have to submit either a formal petition if it's coming from individuals within the community, or a resolution from the city councils or from the school board to the Sacramento County Office of Education. That would be reviewed by the Sacramento County Committee on School District Organization, and that's what actually would start the formal process for reorganization. So this was put together to provide all of you with the information as to the 9 criteria that are reviewed by both the County Office of Education and the State Board of Education with regards to a potential reorganization. I also want to note that as Sean mentioned, we are looking at data that was provided as of a point in time. As you can imagine, it's information that is regularly evolving when it comes to budget, student enrollment, etc. And so while this report really does is provide you kind of with an order of magnitude and an understanding of everything that goes into these, but because that information is evolving, the enrollment data that we had in October when we got it is different from what it is today. The financial position of the district now is different from what it might be 2 years from now. And so if you were to do the study again in 2 or 3 years, just like it's been done in the past, the results may vary. Certainly the exact numbers are going to vary. So just want you to keep that in mind as we're going through this presentation this morning, or this afternoon. Evening, it's evening. Yeah, but it should still, whoop, there it goes. So the education code says that you can create new districts out of parts or all of an existing district. And so in this case, there are a couple of options with regards to moving forward. The existing Folsom Cordova Unified School District could be dissolved in its entirety and 2 new school districts created, or the Folsom Cordova Unified School District can remain intact and a portion of that district can be pulled out in order to form a new district. We believe that the easier path is the latter. With the dissolution of the district, that means that the school board, the collective bargaining agreements, all of those effectively go away and you're starting from scratch in 2 new districts versus if you have the existing Folsom Cordova Unified School District that stays intact as an entity, though smaller and likely with a name change, at least you have still one governing board, the bargaining unit agreements, all of those stay in place with regards to that district. And then a new district, whichever piece that is pulled out, that forms a new district and has to do all of those processes. Obviously, the existing Folsom Cordova, or whatever that new name would be, would have to adjust its boundaries for its trustee areas, have to have an election, etc. But you would still have a district that exists and then one new district. Our analysis in this report looks at that second option. We assumed that the Folsom Cordova Unified School District would remain. We adjusted the name to Folsom Unified School District just to make the different names a little bit easier. And we created a new Rancho Cordova Unified School District from those parts. When we conferred with the district with regards to the boundaries, I know from our prior discussions, the general idea was to put together districts with that are coterminous-ish with the city boundaries. What the district decided to move forward with, because of the data that was available and how we had it, was to set the boundaries along the same boundaries as existing school facilities improvement districts that the district has in place. And so SFID 2 is currently roughly with the boundaries of the Folsom city. And on this map, it's the darkish green and the light green on the right-hand side. And then the School Facility Improvement District 1 is mostly Rancho Cordova and some unincorporated portions of the city or the county, as well as portions of the census-designated area that's Mather right now. You'll note on the Rancho Cordova side that there are portions of the city boundaries that are outside of the boundaries of the school district as it exists, and those are being served by other districts at this point in time.
If you go back to your previous slide, the legend, which one's the Folsom USD? The yellow?
So the Folsom USD is actually it's the line that goes along that boundary. And so where you lose it a little bit is down where Mather is. You can see that there are portions of Mather that are outside of those boundary lines. Does this have a, no. Yeah. So the boundary goes here. My hand is a little shaky. Oh, I lost it. There it is. So it goes up, down, that way, back up. It comes along here. So that's the southern boundary of the district, and then all of this is a portion of the district. So it's just this piece out here is part of Rancho Cordova, the city, but it's not within the district boundaries, and neither is this little area here and that little part that's part of that Mather area.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, the legend we have on our paper is completely different colors.
Just skewed. Sorry about that.
Thanks. The city of Rancho Cordova is blue on my chart, so.
Got it. Color printers. Yeah, Sac City's part of it, Roseville, Elk Grove, other. Wrong one, sorry, Elk Grove, yeah.
And I just would like to clarify on that with Brianna. So we used the boundary of SFID 1 and 2 just because we already separated out certain like developer fee collection, bond activities, some of those things. So we use that for simplification for us because remember, we're just only looking at current information, not future. And the area that really would be potentially where the boundary lines would be probably in the area of the Glenboro Easton Place determination, that area between Hazel and Folsom Boulevard along Highway 50 and then coming down. That's the pink area there in the middle, right? And so we did not want to have to delineate what would be considered Rancho Cordova versus what would be Folsom because it's unincorporated area. So we just used SFID 1 and 2. So we want to clarify that if the conversation was to continue, I think there would definitely need to be some conversation about where those boundaries potentially would be. But for the purposes currently, there really are no students within that boundary area because, so it didn't really impact our current calculations. Does that make sense? So it wasn't as critical of a decision-making factor, but I think it would be if there were further conversations. So.
And if this is put forward to the county committee, you would have to delineate where exactly those boundaries are with regards to that reorganization. So that would be part of the conversation that has to happen before a petition or a resolution, et cetera, could actually be submitted to the county. So there are 9 statutory criteria that are reviewed as part of any district reorganization. One of the questions that has come up is regard to whether or not all 9 criteria must be met in order for a district reorganization to move forward. And I am not an attorney. I have read a lot of education code in my years, and I have some experience with this process. And based on our review of that information and just the plain reading of the education code, at least at the county committee level, all 9 criteria must be met in order for it to move forward. If you read the various sections of the education code with regards to the county committee and their responsibilities, all of that language references the fact that a county committee may approve a district reorganization if it finds that the 9 criteria have been met. The education code section that actually enumerates the 9 criteria is in reference to the State Board of Education, and that again says that the State Board of Education may approve a reorganization if the 9 criteria are met. That said, there is a subsection B to this education code section that does provide the state board a little bit of leeway. And it effectively says that if the school board or if the State Board of Education determines either that it is not practical or possible to apply the criteria literally, or that it finds that there are circumstances that provide an exceptional situation sufficient to justify approval, the state board can approve even if all 9 are not met. It has that discretion to do so. I also want to note that all of the language which in the education code talks about the fact that both the county committee and the state board may approve a district reorganization if these 9 criteria are met. It's a minimum threshold. Both the state board and the county committee have the ability to deny a petition even if all 9 criteria are met. So just a clarification or a nuance. So the 9 criteria that we're looking at, criterion number 1 is adequate number of pupils. This requires that each new district have a minimum amount of students. For a unified school districts, that's 1,501 students. Criterion number 2 is community identity, that the school districts are organized on the basis of substantial community identity. Criterion number 3 is looking for an equitable division of property and facilities. And so the proposal wants the division of property and other assets to be, and liabilities to be divided amongst however many districts are going to result from the reorganization. Criteria number 4 is with regards to discrimination and segregation. They are trying to ensure that each new school district preserves the ability of students to be educated in an integrated environment and that it won't promote racial or ethnic discrimination or segregation. Criteria number 5, there's no substantial increase in state costs. 6 is a sound educational program. Again, it really wants to preserve and promote the sound educational performance and wants to ensure that a reorganization is not going to significantly disrupt the educational programs of the affected schools. Criteria 7 is no substantial increase to school facilities costs. So it's looking at the facilities that are available, the number of students, and determining whether there would be a cost because of the reorganization. Criteria 8, that the main purpose of the reorganization is not to increase property values in one district or another. And then the last one, criteria 9, ensuring the effect on fiscal status and management, that there is not a substantial negative fiscal effect on the districts post-reorganization as a result of the reorganization. And so I'm going to walk through each one of these. For our analysis of those 9 criteria, we found that 3 of them were not met. Yes.
Brianna, could you please explain a little bit more on item number 5 and item number 7? They both talk about the cost, and it is, at the end of the day, public, state, and the facilities. If you can give us a little bit more details.
So we see the distinction between those two, an increase in costs with regards to the operations, and with the state, it's the amount of cost that the state is contributing to a school district, or the revenues that they're contributing. The language in the code is very clear that the local control funding formula revenue, which is the revenue, the majority of the revenue that's provided to school districts for regards with their funding, isn't part of that calculation. But they want to ensure, for example, that it doesn't create basic aid districts, which are districts that are funded primarily on property taxes. They're looking at other categorical programs that are being provided to districts, et cetera. So that additional funding that's going to be generated based on the districts and the students, they're trying to ensure that there's not a substantial increase between the district as it is right now and what it would cost after the fact, depending on how the district is reorganized. With regards to number 7, it really is looking at an increase in facilities costs. So would the reorganization, for example, require you to build 10 new schools in order to house the students because one district is going to have substantially more students than another district? And so it's really looking at those facilities costs for those schools, for those students, and whether that would increase or whether there would be a cost because of the reorganization. And we're going to go in through each one of these and show our analysis for each one.
Thank you. Since it is at the summary level, I just want to grasp it for everybody.
No problem. So as I noted, based on our analysis, we found that 3 of the 9 criteria were not substantially met. Number 4, the discrimination and segregation. Number 6, the sound educational program. And number 9, the effect on fiscal status and management. So we'll walk through each one of these. The first one, we found it is substantially met. It's relatively simple. You want to ensure that both districts that are going to be created in this case for a unified school district, have at least 1,501 students. And you can see from this slide that both proposed districts would be well above that number. And while Rancho Cordova is showing a slight decline in enrollment in the immediate number of years, it is eventually also increasing in enrollment as well, and they're both well above that 1,501 students. Community identity, we also found that this one was substantially met. Both Folsom and Rancho Cordova are existing incorporating cities. You're both providing your residents with various services. You're both already taking advantage of the fact that you have schools within your communities, and that's part of the core of and the souls of your community. And so we do believe that this would be substantially met. If the proposal were to move forward, Folsom USD, so the remaining portion of Folsom Cordova, would result in 15 schools within its boundaries. 17 schools within its boundaries. Rancho Cordova USD would have 15 schools and 5 alternative programs. With regards to those alternative programs, these programs are drawing students from across the district, not just simply within Rancho Cordova. And so these are programs that, as the 2 new school districts are figuring out what their programs and services are, might need to be duplicated on the Folsom side, since right now they are all located within Rancho Cordova. That said, 3 of those programs, one of them is an independent study charter school, 2 of them are non-classroom based charter school, and 2 independent study programs. This is drawing enrollment not only from across the district, but for the non-classroom based charter school, it's also drawing students from adjacent counties. Those programs are not physically tied to a specific site, since they're drawing students from various places. And in the cases of the non-classroom based charters and the independent study programs, they are not their own physical assets. So they aren't a separate school site. They're actually co-located or located on other district property within Rancho Cordova, which is why they've been allocated as part of Rancho Cordova, though they are attracting students from all over the district. The third criteria we also found substantially met. This is an equitable division of property and facilities. And we found this is met because there is a way to equitably divide the facilities. The code is very clear and provides direction with regards to the fact that it has to be equitably distributed, and provides that some of the methods for that distribution are based on a proportionate share of assessed value, a proportionate share of average daily attendance or enrollment. Those are some of the avenues that it provides in order to do that. And it also lays out language with regards to having either a board of arbitrators or a sole arbitrator that can come and work with the districts if they're unable to come to an agreement on how the debts, liabilities, services, assets are divided. With regards to fund balances and reserves, those, a reasonable way of dividing those would be how the funds were generated. So the largest funds that a school district has is their general fund, and typically their unrestricted general fund. And so it would make sense to divide that by, enrollment or average daily attendance, versus if you have fund balances in your capital facilities, that might make more sense to divide it based on assessed valuation or where those monies or assessed valuation or how those dollars were generated with regards to developer fees. So there are those ways to divide all of those fund balances that are on the district's books. Student funds and scholarships, those that are not restricted to a specific school site, would most reasonably be divided based on enrollment or average daily attendance or by those school sites. There's also post-employment or post-retirement benefits. Those would be allocated based on where the employees are, how they're divided between the two school districts, because those would now become the employees of that district. And so that district would be required to meet the post-employment benefits of the employees that it has either remained with them or that have moved over to the new school district. And Matt, when he presents later, will talk a little bit more about how the staff is potentially divided when you're looking at a district reorganization. The biggest piece is the division of property. Real and personal property is divided based on where that physical property is located. And so the day that a district reorganization is effective, then that school district takes possession of that property. And as it takes possession of that property, it also takes a portion of the bonded indebtedness that goes along with those properties. And I'll talk a little bit about that more on the next slide. The personal property that's located, that's not district-wide and that's located on a specific school site would go with that school site. So all of the property that's on, a given school, from the chairs to the furniture, from the furnitures to the computers to all of those things would stay on that school site and go with that school site. There is personal property that is used on a district-wide basis. You have school buses that are used across the district. Those would need to be divided because both districts would need their proportionate share of those items. You have several properties that are either used for district-wide purposes or have facilities or programs and services that are district-wide. And so you have this lovely building that you constructed. You have the maintenance, operations, and transportation yard that has personal property on it that would be considered of a district-wide nature. You also have a couple of school sites that have programs, as I was mentioning before, that are serving students on a district-wide basis, and said those types of facilities or the personal property on those would have to be divided. There are some facilities that will have to be recreated at the other district. Right now, all of your IT backup is in one district, which would leave the other district without those services, and they'd have to recreate those. So there are some of those that will have to be discussed and figured out how that is going to be managed and handled with regards to how you're moving forward with a district reorganization. As it pertains to debts, as I was talking about before, the property goes within the boundaries of the district where it is located. And when property is taken from one district and annexed to another, or into an acquiring district, that new district then takes on their proportionate share of the debt for those properties. The Education Code provides a calculation of sorts of how that happens. It's basically the greater of the proportionate share of the outstanding bonded indebtedness. So you're looking at two districts. There's 100% in debt. If the districts were 50-50, then 50% is going to go, each is going to take their 50% proportionate share to simplify that one. So it's the greater of that or the portion of the outstanding bonded indebtedness that was incurred to acquire and actually improve those properties. And so if the dollars had been spent just across the district, then figuring out how much money went to X building versus Y building would have to be part of that conversation. And this gets to what Sean was talking about earlier. The district has issued its bonds through school facilities improvement districts, and for 4 out of the 5 facilities improvement districts, they have been split generally along the boundaries of Folsom versus Rancho Cordova, and so that makes it a little bit easier to figure out where that debt goes. There is one school facility improvement district, which is school facility improvement number 3, which actually crosses those boundaries. Based on the districts and their consultants' assessments, it appears that it's not exact, but roughly 50-50 with regards to that split. And so for the purposes of this analysis, we also split that 50-50. Obviously, if the boundaries that are ultimately determined, if this is to move forward, shift, if that line where that unincorporated area, if it's somewhere more in the middle, this would shift then what the share is between the two school districts and what their eventual liability, et cetera. So this takes us back to my opening statement with regards to these are the numbers based on given data at a point in time. So if those boundaries shift, what the district owes today versus owes a year from now, these numbers would shift slightly. Based on the bonded indebtedness and assuming that 50-50 split of SFID number 3, right now, Folsom USD has a bonded indebtedness of approximately $282 million, while Rancho Cordova is at about $200 million. When you're looking at available bonding capacity, this is something that's set by law, and it's 2.5% of the assessed valuation of the district. Based on that, Folsom USD has an available bonding capacity of just under $500 million, and about 200 million of that is remaining, meaning they haven't used up that amount and could sell another $200 million in bonds. On the Rancho Cordova side, based on that 2.5%, that available bonding capacity is about $250 million, and they would have an available bonding capacity of just under $50 million. There are the district put out in those 5 SFIDs and through its general bonds. They've actually gotten the voters to approve $1.3 billion in bonds, though they've only sold 481 million of that. And so those unissued bonds, if Folsom Cordova remains a going concern in our scenario, they have that available unissued amount, but obviously they would be limited by their bonding capacity. So even though the voters have approved $1.3 billion worth of bonds, the bonding capacity would not allow them to sell $1.3 billion worth of bonds. So criterion number 4 is the discrimination and segregation. We found this one not substantially met. I have to admit, this is one of the most difficult ones and ones that we had some healthy debates in the office about. We understand that and acknowledge the fact that the information and the data that we're providing, these things are existing now. We are not shifting students as part of our analysis. We're assuming that the status quo is what it is. And so an argument can be made, and I'm sure has been made with regards to, well, then why would this criteria not be met? Because everything's the same after as it is right now. And looking at the totality of the information that we pulled together, Knowing that this can be somewhat subjective, we tried to pull as much concrete data that we could in order to base our analysis. And also looking at the fact that in its current iteration, the district as a whole, through its programs, its services, its policies, has the ability to impact how the programs and services, et cetera, are provided to the students to provide a more integrated educational experience for the students. If you separate the two school districts and you're looking at two separate ones, then you foreclose that ability, and you are then creating a district that is in of itself a much more racially and socioeconomically homogeneous school district. And so if you look at this slide here, Folsom Cordova USD right now is approximately 30% white and 64% non-white. After the reorganization, the remaining Folsom USD actually leans towards a little more integration with regards to the white and non-white, but Rancho Cordova shifts significantly, and you're looking at a district that is predominantly non-white and much more homogeneous in that respect. If you disaggregate the data with regards to the non-white and you compare that to the white, then you start to see that the existing Folsom Cordova USD and the proposed remaining Folsom USD would both be predominantly white districts, followed by, in the case of Folsom USD, the number of Asian students. That one is interesting because the number of Asian students actually goes down a bit, but the proportionate or the percentage actually goes up. Then followed by African American and Hispanic.
Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So I see in the actual report, it's referencing U.S. Census 2022 numbers. And my question was originally going to be, is this based off of the 2020 census? But this appears to be an update of the 2020 census.
So this data right here is not the census. This is from the California Department of Education data quest. So this is based on actual numbers within the district. The census information that you're referencing was census information for the two communities.
I guess what I'm trying to determine is all the new residents that have moved into, well, both communities since the census, and I think they're very diverse, the communities, the new communities. If you moved in 2021, 2022, 2023, is that being taken into consideration, or is this a snapshot prior to those?
This was a snapshot from the Census Bureau. They had on their website for 2022, and we took their data with regards to that. So I would imagine that it's capturing some of that change, but I would imagine not all of it, given the timing of it and when they collected that data.
I'm confused with your answer, because we're looking at a slide that says this is from CDE's data quest.
So there's two, that's what I was trying to confirm with Mr. Reed. With regards to the students, this is from the California Department of Education, and this is information with regards to the students that are in the district as of 22-23. The census information that he's referring to, within the report, we have census information for the two cities, and that's the census information that's being utilized. This is from the California Department of Education data quest.
Does this also take into account that going forward, because of population, they're not going to be able to have intercity transfers up into the Rancho Cordova area?
This is all based on current data. It is not looking forward to what those changes may or may not be, 6 months, a year, or 2 years from now. This chart is looking at what the actual data was in 22-23 for the district.
Okay.
So when you disaggregate the non-white data, then for Folsom Cordova USD, you can see that it becomes a predominantly Hispanic school district, followed by Asian, and then smaller proportions of African American and other. In addition to the racial and ethnic data, we looked at information with regards to free and reduced price meals and the unduplicated pupil percentage, trying to get a better understanding of the socioeconomic status of the students within the district. And you will see that the free and reduced price meals data, again, Folsom Cordova as it is existing, is about 33% of students are eligible for free or reduced price meals. That drops significantly if you look at the students that would be within the Folsom USD boundaries, and increases significantly if you're looking at the students that would be within the Rancho Cordova boundaries. You see the same pattern with the unduplicated pupil percentage. The unduplicated pupil percentage is a measure that was put in place as part of the introduction or used for the local control funding formula. And what it does is it's looking at students that are designated either as English learners, foster youth, or eligible for free or reduced price meals. And it's called an unduplicated count because you could have students that meet all three of those categories, but they're only counted once for the purposes of this calculation. And it's looking at a 3-year average for those students. And so
I have
again,
a short question.
yes.
So all of this data continues to perpetuate the characterization of everybody from the Russian-speaking countries as white.
That is how the data is gathered.
Yeah. So this perpetuates that. Okay.
Slide that we're looking at has to do with household income for free and reduced lunch and unduplicated pupil.
Correct. This is not about the racial or ethnic
Right.
makeup. Correct. That was the prior slide. So for the unduplicated counts, again, free and reduced price meals, students that are English learners, and those that are foster youth. And so the Folsom Cordova USD right now is at a 37% UPP. That would drop to just over 17% for Folsom Cordova and increase significantly to 61% for the Rancho Cordova side. And when Matt talks about the fiscal impacts, he'll talk a little bit more about why that particular metric is important. But based on all of this information and looking at it together, with regards to not only the racial and ethnic makeup, but also the socioeconomic makeup and this concept that's within the code and within the information that CDE provides about providing an integrated educational experience for students, we do believe that this criteria would be not substantially met if the reorganization were to move forward.
Great. Thank you, Brianna. Good evening, everyone. We're going to talk a little bit now about the dollars and cents, and we had a nice segue here earlier based on the council member's question. The distinction between criteria 5 and criteria 7. Think about criteria 5 as the day-to-day operating costs of a school district, whereas criteria 7 is going to be more of the long-term capital outlay infrastructure type questions. So as we look at criteria 5, there are some nuances within this criteria when you look at the CDE handbook on this. Just a little bit of background, when we look at how the state funds schools, they have an obligation under law called Proposition 98 that establishes the minimum funding for schools. And the CDE handbook is very explicit that actually the largest component of that funding is not to be acknowledged when we look at this criterion, which is the local control funding formula. We will be addressing that a little bit later on in criterion 9 when we look at the effect of the fiscal status on the two districts, because we can't ignore something that is that significant to either school district. Looking specifically at criteria 5, when you look at the handbook and the items that shall be considered in assessing this criteria, the state wants to know, are they going to be on the hook for any additional costs because a district would go from what's called a basic aid status into a state-funded status. When you look across the state of California right now, there's about 1,000 school districts in the state of California. About 100 of those school districts are what we call basic aid school districts, meaning that when you look at the dollars that district would otherwise be guaranteed under the local control funding formula, these are communities with very high assessed valuations, generally fairly affluent communities. There's exceptions to that, but that's generally the rule of thumb there. I think about some of the coastal communities down in Southern California, the Bay Area, and so forth. In the current composition for the Folsom Cordova School District, it is not a basic aid school district. It is a state-funded school district. When you look at the dollars that are guaranteed for Folsom Cordova based on the number of students that are currently enrolled in the district and how frequently they show up to school, the property taxes that are collected by the school district are significantly less than what is guaranteed by the state, and so the state makes up the difference. Under this proposed split with a Folsom Unified remaining as its own district, Rancho Cordova becoming its own district, both of those districts would also be state funded. So in looking at criteria 5, the current district is not basic aid. It would not fall into a state funded because it's currently a state funded district. So through the eyes of the state, looking at criteria 5, there is no substantial cost increase to the state because of the district splitting off into 2 separate districts. And on this particular slide here, we've attempted to illustrate the delta between the dollars that are guaranteed for both of the districts under the proposed enrollment and ADA that they would have and the amount of property taxes that are collected. Again, to be a basic aid district, the property taxes would effectively have to be more than those LCFF revenues, and there's quite a delta there right now. There's a similar delta when you look at it for Folsom Cordova in its totality. A couple other items with respect to criteria 5. Again, we're talking about the operational costs of a district, the money that's allocated annually to a school district. The LCFF is the biggest one from the state of California. The second biggest one then would be those categorical programs that the state allocates to school districts. Our analysis illustrates and supported by data that just simply dividing the current student population into 2 school districts would not create an increase in state costs because it's still the same number of students. When you look at how the state allocates the majority of its significant block grants, and we went back to the 22-23 year because that was a fairly significant year for categorical programs. I'm sure the school board is well aware there's no new money coming in the current year or next year for categorical programs. So we went back to the last big year as an illustrative example of this is really how the state has been allocating dollars to schools when it's not going out through the local control funding formula. In all 4 of those block grants that are identified, the metric of average daily attendance or students and how frequently they show up. Each student who's enrolled can generate 1 unit of ADA if they show up each and every day. But in all 4 instances, the state uses ADA for allocating the dollars that it is earmarked in the state budget. The one caveat is the learning recovery block grants. Not only does it use ADA, but it also then adjusts it for UPP, unduplicated pupil percentage, what Ms. Garcia just spoke about before. So it gives it a little bit more weight. It's not just a straight pro rata allocation, which means communities with a higher UPP would actually get more of the learning block grant on a pro rata basis than those districts with a lower UPP. So again, because the allocation from the state level is on a per student basis, just splitting the students between 2 districts would not generate additional costs from the state for those 4 block grants that we've identified on here. And then the final piece that the state calls out specifically in the handbook from the California Department of Education is this notion of necessary small schools. If anyone lives up in the foothills, you may be familiar with this term. This is a recognition that a school might be within a district, but the school itself is very small. You can see the size of the schools here. We are in no danger. Not even from an ADA and an enrollment, but when you look at the travel distance, there's no way that either school in either district either currently meets that requirement or would meet that requirement under the proposed divide into a Folsom USD and a Rancho Cordova USD. So there's not currently any necessary small schools in the current district boundaries, and under the proposed split, it does not appear that there would be the creation of any necessary small schools. So based off those 3 things, we believe that criteria 5 is substantially met with no significant increase in state costs. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Garcia to take us through number 6.
So number 6 is the sound educational program, and this is the second criterion that we found was not substantially met. We did find that the reorganization could significantly disrupt educational programs in the districts and have a negative impact on educational performance. We'll note that this criteria, just like I'm not an attorney, an instructional expert, not a teacher. And so we really, again, looked for state data to provide us proxies for the educational strengths of the programs within the districts, and also looked at the programs that are being offered within the district as well. Talking about the educational or the course offerings right now, the report included an appendix that has the list of the various course offerings that are being offered throughout the district at the various school sites, and within the report also includes some programs that were being provided, and staff is actually going to, when we're done with our presentation, provide some updated information with regards to that. But keeping that in mind, we're looking at a totality of data. So change or one of these, each one of these isn't necessarily that one of them would tip the scales over to, oh, this makes it substantially not met, or this makes it a significant disruption for the schools. It really is a preponderance of looking at the various metrics and how overall we believe that it could be disruptive to the students and to the schools within the school, within there. So if you're looking at the programs that are being offered, it does appear that Folsom offers a larger complement of programs. The other, and different programs, there are programs that are at each of the two communities that aren't duplicated in the other community. And so if the districts were to split, you have students that are on the Folsom side that are attending Rancho, Cordova schools for various programs like your IB program, et cetera, and they wouldn't have access to that program any longer unless they transferred to another district. And vice versa, there are programs within the Folsom side that Rancho students are transferring over into Rancho schools to access those programs, and they wouldn't have access to those. Folsom School, sorry, thank you. And they wouldn't have access to those programs. And so this would result in either district, depending on their resources, the number of teachers, the credentialed teachers, the demand for the number of students, the facilities, the slots available on master schedules, and the funding to have to determine what programs they are not going to provide in each one of their districts. And given the size of the two districts, the likelihood that each one will be able to fully recreate what they can get from having that exchange or that ability to cross or to go to different schools within the districts would be diminished, in our opinion.
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
So within the full report, like the list for especially middle schools and high schools, did the district have any response to the lack of accuracy with some of the programs that weren't listed on the Cordova side?
Yes, and we will be sharing the update of that data because it was not complete.
Okay, thank you.
I also have a question. It sounds like you're arguing that anytime a large school district would split into smaller units, each smaller unit therefore would have less ability to offer more diverse programming. Therefore, any splits would not make this criteria.
I would disagree with that only in that, again, that was one of the components that we looked at was those programs that are being offered. We're also, and I will walk through these, looked at several other components. And so looking at all of those in totality, we reached that conclusion. That one item would not necessarily, if on its own, may not necessarily tip that scale, but looking at it with all the other criteria or all the other information that we're looking at, that's how we arrived at that conclusion. Though I would state that it is more difficult for smaller school districts as compared to larger school districts to provide as robust or the diverse number of programs and services that a larger school district can provide, just because the demands, the fiscal constraints, et cetera.
How does that work when the district can no longer transfer between the two cities? So what would this matter if they're getting ready to pass them because they can't? Because of population, they can't transfer us into Folsom. So how would this help if the fact that we can't even get over here anymore? So how would that take into account to this if there is no way for us to transfer now? So what would be the difference? I can't, because there's no way for us to transfer in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like now, because of population, Rancho kids can't come to the Folsom side because there's just no room. Mm-hmm. So how would this even work to say that? So now you're like, well, you have all these amazing stuff on Folsom side that we don't have on Rancho. So now the problem is if we separate, you can't have access to something that we don't have access to already.
Yeah, I can speak to that one.
How would that work?
So I think, again, the data is based off of current information. Currently, we have open schools and students can transfer in. So that wouldn't be, for the purposes of this analysis, wouldn't be the case. If you're talking about in the long term where we might have capacity issues, that would be, again, those would be future potential, just as the same as, I think we have to, that's a great question. I think we've tried to dive into some of those future ideas, because some of the things we're looking at is one of the primary factors of looking at this is the fact that Rancho Cordova as a school district would potentially qualify for concentration funding initially right now. But again, we know that Rancho Cordova is growing, specifically south of Highway 50. And so at what point would the demographic information down there change that community so that potentially you're no longer in concentration funding, right? So those are lots of different factors, but none of that has been discussed in this analysis. Again, currently right now, we can take students from Rancho Cordova to any school in Folsom, except for Mangini Ranch, I believe, so.
Actually, I want to add on to what Councilmember Gatewood just referenced, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, so tell me if this is not correct. But for example, right now, Vista del Lago High School, not only do we not allow inter-district transfer to Vista del Lago, we don't allow intra-district transfer to Vista del Lago because of capacity. And we haven't since 2019. There are probably exceptions that have been made for, if a teacher is teaching there that allows the student of the teacher to attend the school. And we're talking right now the possibility of prohibiting inter-district transfers to Folsom High School, potentially because of capacity issues. And, it's not a stretch of the imagination that if the population grows dramatically before we can build a new high school, we might have to limit intra-district transfers to Folsom High School. So in that scenario, if you are a student in Rancho Cordova wanting to take advantage of the programs of Vista del Lago, the answer right now is you don't have access to it. Same if in the near future we have to limit intra-district transfers to Folsom High School, it's the exact same thing. So is that essentially what?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because that's what, because we were just talking about it when we were talking about where the next high school is going to go.
Right.
You were like, yeah, we've already hit that limit. And I'm like, well, then this one and the racial inequity one, we're already dealing with that because there's no way to get to those schools and it's not even a race thing, it's more a population thing.
Right.
Our populations are growing at a rate that's exponential when it comes to, especially in the Folsom area, that there's no room for us to even take advantage of. So this one and the racial one are moot just by population, not even by.
Kinda. So, well, but you both are describing, to his point, you're making an assumption that there isn't going to be additional capacity into either of the systems, that they're just going to fill up and there won't be spots for anybody. And so you take a snapshot in time and you say, we're going to grow by this much and we're going to stay with the same capacity. Therefore, there's going to be a lack of access. No, he actually just said that
No,
beside
Vista
is one school,
So that would be
But
right.
but the point would be that at some point there is going to be another high school. We don't need to get into where that's going to be today, I guess. But to make the assumption that there is a lack of access to those other schools because of growth makes the assumption that there will be no more additional capacity growth in facilities.
Right. I'm just taking because the report was for right now.
No, I
And
understand.
they didn't take into account that Vista, like right now, we're suffering from this right now. So we can't get to Vista. So any programs at Vista, Rancho Cordova citizens can't go there.
I understand.
So,
But to staff's point, and your assumption is you're looking at today's snapshot, putting it into the future, and making the assumption that no additional capacity goes into the system. It's two big questions, one of which is probably going to be, there is going to be additional capacity put into the system. That's why we're paying school bonds. Right?
I'm talking about what's in the future and what's right now.
Right. But you're,
So I have a data question. In several places, it talks about the fact that there are supposedly 277 students from Rancho who go up to different schools in Folsom. I didn't pick up on a number that says how many Folsom students might be coming down to Rancho schools for special programs, like IB or
The information that was received from the district wasn't program specific. And so it gave us the information of how many students were moving from A school to B school. I don't know if they're there for the IB program or what the reasons are.
No,
for
that
their-
wasn't the.
Yeah, no, I
that's not
have the answer
point.
to that question.
Point
So,
is 277 up to Folsom.
Yeah.
How many from Folsom down to Rancho?
140 is the number we have. That was last year.
Okay, thank you.
What is this? Red means go?
Mine's green.
No, it's red. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So based on these, right, it shows the finding seems to be based on the fact that if the district separates, the Rancho Cordova students will perform worse because they won't have access to the Folsom programs. So if they're not is that right?
Well, it's not that they're performing worse because they won't have access to those programs. There were a couple of different components. One of them was with regards to the programs that are available. That's a piece of it. These other items are based on the performance of the students in those two different schools. So they're not going to perform worse because they don't have access to those programs. This is how the students in those schools are performing.
So they will have a negative impact on the educational performance. So they will have the same performance either or, right? So why is it negative? Because they split.
You're looking at it on a pre-reorganization and a post-reorganization. And at the moment, again, the district has the ability through policies, programs, services, et cetera, in order to provide that assistance to those students to hopefully increase from the scores, et cetera, those other things that we're going to be looking at, suspension rates, chronic absenteeism, all of those things. That possibility potentially is there. When you then take the district and you split it, you are putting it in a situation where you have students that do have these performance levels and you are concentrating them in one school district on their own. And so that just limits their ability in order to be able to have access to other programs and to do things differently. That does not mean that Rancho Cordova could not build, an absolutely stellar program, et cetera, based on the teachers it brings in and the decisions that it makes. But looking at the data as it is today, what this results in is a school district that is performing one way right now as a whole, and then what those two different pieces look like after the fact. And the Rancho Cordova schools and what would be within Rancho Cordova are performing not as well as those on the Folsom side.
I have a question. And so post-reorganization, Rancho Cordova would qualify for probably additional funding to be able to bring the school or the programs up to par. Is that what the anticipation is? They may not meet today, but post-reorganization, it would change Rancho Cordova's ability to qualify for additional funding.
They would qualify for additional funding. I can't make any guess as to how they would use those dollars, if that would improve programs or not.
But because the sound educational program is not substantially met, it would put Rancho Cordova at a greater emphasis post-reorg to qualify for funding, and however they use it is up to them.
Just two slightly different things. The funding that it receives, in some respects, is divorced from their educational program. Just because they're receiving more monies doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to automatically improve their educational program. But they will qualify for more funding, and they could use it for those purposes.
And it sounds like this is all affected by what you said about the two districts would need to have their own specific educational programs in order to go forward. So whatever this whole global issue that we're talking about in terms of who achieves and who doesn't achieve is affected by whatever is put into the educational programs for the two new districts.
Yeah, so Folsom would likely have to look at its educational program just because it's dealing with, less teachers, less students, less facilities, et cetera, and figure out what changes it's going to make to its educational program. And Rancho would basically be starting from scratch and putting an educational program in place.
Okay, but Folsom has the number of teachers it has right now, period.
Yes.
And whatever educational program, whatever that is, they are specifically succeeding with that group of people, and that group of people wouldn't change after. They would still have the same number of people.
They would have the same number of people, but the teachers might not all be the same teachers, so they might have different credentials and what they can teach. If they have, and I didn't get the exact numbers for the programs, but if they have a program that has 50 students right now and needs a minimum of 30, but they lose 20 of those students, they might not be able to offer a program. And so
Why would they lose 20 of their students?
If there are students coming from Rancho right now to take some of those classes,
There's only
potentially.
177. 277, whatever.
A district would still need to look at their educational program to see if that is still meeting the needs of the students. When they're losing almost 8,000 students, that will have an impact on their educational program.
I would say, as a school board member that had to close multiple schools just to gain capacity, right? There's a critical mass that you need in order to offer certain things. So I get your point. That's why most school districts are looking at unifying school districts to save resources and to scale things up so that you can actually offer all those programs. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to step away, but I just wanted to remind folks that when you're talking about educational programming and offerings, still the number one indicator of success of a student is household income. So as we talk about these things and we talk about access to different programs, those accesses to different programs don't tend to change educational outcomes of students. Household income does. So as we talk about all of these things, we're talking about making one district extremely wealthy and another one becoming extremely economically challenged. That over time may catch up with new growth, but we're still talking about concentrating poverty in one place and concentrating wealth in another.
And I just want to note with the rest of these slides on this section, those programs and the offerings, again, are just one piece of that sound educational program. The other portions of this that we looked at were the California School Dashboard. This was put in place as part of the local control funding formula and took the place of what all of you may fondly remembered, which was that API score, that academic performance indicator that was really based on test scores. And the intent behind this was to use multiple measures in order to see what the school climate and how students were doing more holistically. And the dashboard includes both state indicators and local indicators. These are the state indicators, and they're aggregated from data that school districts are providing to the state. They measure them on a range of what they call performance levels. Those range from red at the lowest, it goes to orange, then yellow, then green, and then blue is the highest. And they come up with those color codes based on status. So they're looking at, for example, suspension rates, what the rate is in a given year, and calculating also a change. So whether the district has improved or not from one year to the next. And those two together is what results in the color. And so it's trying to give districts credit not just for where they are right now, but the work that they're doing in order to hopefully improve the different performance indicators for their students. And so what this slide shows you on the left-hand side is the Folsom Cordova USD as it is right now, Folsom in the center and Rancho on the right-hand side. And you can see again that the Folsom schools are outperforming the Rancho Cordova schools with regards to the various metrics. So suspension rate and chronic absenteeism, the Rancho Cordova schools have higher suspension rates and higher chronic absenteeism right now than the schools within Folsom do. English language, English learner progress, they're actually all in the orange, and they are making improvements, they're all in the orange right now, and there's actually been a decline across all three districts in that regard. When you're looking at graduation rates, they are actually all three maintaining or improving, though Folsom has a higher graduation rate at the moment. And then when you look at the academic indicators, which are English language arts and math, they're testing students in grades 3 through 8 and 11th grade. And you can see that once again, the schools within Folsom are outperforming the schools in Rancho, and even on their own would be outperforming the district as a whole as it is right now. We looked at the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessment Test, which was the replacement to the old STAR test. And so these are your standardized tests that are provided to students and that I just mentioned. These are rated on a standard not met, standard nearly met, standard met, and standard exceeded. And once again, the Folsom schools have a higher percentage of students that are either meeting or exceeding the standards, and a lower percentage than Folsom Cordova as a whole district that are not meeting or nearly meeting. And you see the inverse with Rancho Cordova, where you have more students that are not meeting or nearly not meeting those standards and fewer that are meeting or exceeding those standards. We looked at a couple of measures that are on the Data Quest, which is CDE's data site, which provides information on a number of metrics statewide. And these, 3 of these feed into the dashboard that we were just looking at. So the graduation rate, what all 4 of these are comparing is what the rates are right now within Folsom Cordova, what they would be or what they are at the schools that are within Folsom and the schools that are within Rancho Cordova. And so graduation rates, Rancho Cordova is lower than the schools within Folsom. Suspension rates, they have higher suspension rates. And chronic absenteeism, they have significantly higher chronic absenteeism than those within Folsom. Teacher assignment monitoring, I want to note and say thank you to whoever caught the formula error. Appreciate it. The Rancho Cordova rate, so the printout you have, if you printed out early today, if you don't have the revised version, has a lower number, but the teacher assignment rate is showing the percentage of teachers with a clear credential, meaning that the credential that they have meets the requirements of what and where they should be teaching. And so that is also lower within the Rancho Cordova schools than it is within the Folsom schools right now. And so again, looking at all of those factors, and not just simply the programs, but those, the test scores, the dashboard, and these various rates is how we arrived at our determination that this criteria is not substantially met, and there could be a detrimental impact specifically or more specifically for the students in Rancho Cordova, but there would also be a significant impact to the schools within Folsom because that educational program and what is being offered would also be impacted by the loss of those students that are in Rancho and that are providing the ability to provide additional services as well.
Could I ask a clarifying question really quick on the credentialing? It says clear credential. Are you talking about like past the 2 years of clearing their credential, or are you speaking of that they have a valid credential because it takes 2 years to clear a credential?
That they have a valid credential or their preliminary credential or are about to clear it. So it's
no, that's not what this is. This data is they have a clear credential. The state of California has a 2-tier credentialing system. So since the 70s in California, when you become a teacher, you come in with what's called a preliminary credential. It takes additional coursework and years of experience, typically 5, when you apply for your clear credential. So this data is how many staff have clear credentials. All of our teachers are preliminary or clear.
Sorry, I'm just looking for that footnote that I had.
Real quick, we did get clarification from the administrative team at Vista. We actually have had school choice available for the last 2 years at that campus and accepted all students that wanted to enter intra-district in, just so you guys are aware.
And I think mainly that's because of the boundary change that we made with Blanche Sprints to create space at Vista Del Lago. And as the space has become available and we've had transfers, intra-district transfers, we've been able to take in more than we did.
Yep,
before.
that's exactly right. We were up over 1,800 students at Vista, and now we're in the mid 1,600s. So.
And I will, based on the CD's data quest, at least their definition, they note that it's by a clear or preliminary credential. We can.
I verified the numbers, and it's clear. This percentage is clear credentials, not preliminary.
So I have a new mic.
Yay.
So it's a question.
And it's green.
You know, it's green. Thank you. We're making progress here. So I guess this is a question that maybe not to you, Ms. Garcia, maybe to the board. Why is there such a clear discrepancy between Rancho and Cordova just on teacher credentials? Shouldn't it be pretty close? Same?
The difference is not that great. There's 500 teachers roughly in Folsom. There's 350 some teachers in Rancho Cordova. All of the teachers have their credential. They're all properly credentialed for the classes they teach. The one thing that we do in our district is there's a severe shortage in the state of California in special ed teachers. We've partnered with a couple of different local agencies like the Sacramento County Office of Education, Yolo County Office of Education, Sac State, and we have intern programs. And interns are fully credentialed. They run under intern credential. But we've split that. There's 45 interns working in the district, 21 work in Folsom, 20 work in Rancho Cordova, and 4 are deployed to the district office. So we're very balanced in how we staff. You could look at things, another metric you might look at is, what is the average number of years of experience a teacher has? And there's only a 2-year discrepancy between the two cities. So if you look at schools in Folsom, it's a little over 15 years experience. If you look in Rancho Cordova, it's over 13 years.
We have the report that says the more expensive staff is located in Folsom, which I would go to assume is the more experienced staff is located in Folsom. And you're saying
There's an average of 2 years difference, 13 to 15. Both very experienced.
That's right, then, right?
Yeah,
So
that means
you're
2 year
You're not
difference.
saying this is wrong, right?
The original page 43 was incorrect. So if you look at the date on page 43, that was incorrect. And so I found the error and sent it to their attention.
And that was the change that I called out with regards to the teacher assignment monitoring.
So on page 43 of the report, they listed that there was 93% with a clear credential in Folsom and 63% with a clear in Rancho Cordova. If you look at the numbers, you could tell there's a mistake there just by looking at the two numbers that are there. And that should be, is reflected here, 89%.
63, now it's 88.
Yes, 88.6.
More higher kids and less in Rancho. Poverty kids, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
That kind of made sense, even if it was 88, because the number of programs that the school has to offer, you see the Folsom schools have about, it goes into the next page, whereas the Rancho Cordova schools, they were grasping at straws when they had, for other curriculum, they had Spanish listed.
The district staff is, when we're
gonna
done, going to
clarify
provide
that.
some updated information on that.
Okay.
Well, and I think something to think about is there is one high school in Rancho Cordova and there's 2 high schools in Folsom. And so where those specialty programs usually come are at the high school level. So naturally there will be more programs where there are more schools because of that. And then I think where that percentage kind of falls, and I might, Mr. Ogden, you mentioned there's 20 intern teachers out of 500 in Folsom and 20 out of 300 in Rancho Cordova. So the percentage is naturally that 20 makes that percentage difference. So 20 out of 300 is a higher percentage than 20 out of 500. So I think that's where that discrepancy
Even
is.
if we were to just pick one high school, like I said, right, on Cordova High, it's just this one page, whereas on, let's say, Vista del Lago, it just goes all the way to the next page, and 10 more on additional courses offered.
And again, we do apologize for that. That's what occurred there was when we requested information from the school sites, we did not ensure that we could received everything, so we were missing items for some school sites. So we have updated information that we will share on that. So I know that that is a concern that you're voicing, is that there are less programs on one side of the district versus the other, but what we would share is that the disparity between the two is not as significant as what you're looking at on that document, which would be, we can update for you.
I'm sorry, sir. Sitting here, we are all reading like, I don't know, 100 pages of these to come up with what's the discrepancy. And now if you're saying that some of this data is wrong or invalid and it has to be updated, a lot of it has to be updated.
Well, of the 80 pages, I think there's that section and that one number so far. So I think in general, we captured most of the information correctly. We tried to provide it as best we could. I do apologize for that. And, you know, as we continue, if there's further conversations, we can definitely ensure that in fact, we can do audits of the programs on both sides of the district to make sure to provide that clearly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question on this criteria. So the data shows a shocking difference of performance at the two ends of the districts, of this district. In a way, I mean, it basically demonstrates we already have two districts. The irony is there's an interest in doing a split to try to improve things on our end of the district, because obviously being in one district, we haven't seen that improvement. But now we're being told you can't split because there's a difference between the two sides of the district. So it's a complete catch-22 situation. There's no way out of it. But from the point of the analysis, I'm curious, how does the data show that the reorganization would negatively impact the existing results? Because I see you showing there's a huge difference, and we already know that. How does your data show it's going to get worse?
What the data is showing is that not that it's going to get worse in that all of a sudden one school district is going to start necessarily performing less well than it is right now, but that you are creating a situation where you are segregating those students in a district separate from those others. Councilmember Terry, I think, mentioned somewhat eloquently, is you are putting in place a situation where you are creating two very distinct types of districts. And that is what this reorganization would be doing in the pre versus post. And so that's what that is looking at. So it's less about the fact of how they're performing in this instance and the fact that it's going to keep performing that way because it's the same students in the same schools, is that you are now creating a district that is segregating those students together and reducing their opportunities to be able to access other programs with other students within that district. I understand that right now you see this disparity, but this board and the district has at least the ability through these programs, through services, through policies, et cetera, to start making changes on that. You're foreclosing potentially that possibility by segregating those two districts and taking away those opportunities, the resources, the programming, et cetera, that they could be receiving from Folsom by splitting the two up.
Ms. Garcia, just so I understand, you're saying we would potentially not be able to utilize the programs, but it's not the current status. They're not accessing programs today. It is what it is today, will be what it is tomorrow. But if we do cut them off, then we will potentially be stopping the students from taking these potential programs that they don't have access to today.
Correct. Yeah.
I think what's happening is rather than comparing, we're a lot of this conversation is comparing Folsom, the Folsom Unified School District and the Rancho Cordova Unified School District. Where the comparisons fall for the 9 criteria is what is the Folsom district to the current and what is the Rancho Cordova to the current. So rather than comparing Folsom and Rancho Cordova separately, what's happening is we are not comparing it to what the current status is as a district as a whole. Because if you take the district as a whole, that's this data, that's the data that the 9 criteria is based on, then you are instead comparing what would be with a Folsom and a Rancho Cordova, rather than what currently is with the district as a whole versus the new Rancho Cordova and the new Folsom.
I think Siri understands that what it is it's an average. Folsom has amazing stuff, and the average takes it lower to get to 3.5. Without having Folsom on it and taking that, we don't even take advantage of these services in schools. And so no matter, well, yes, there is some schools we can't even get to, even though they are open enrollment. Thank you for proving that. But as of right now, we only have 100 of our, or 200 of our kids coming up there of the 7,000. So no matter what, we are already at 7.1. The average is great because Folsom is amazing and Rancho is on verge of, the educational crisis. But I want to see it actually go on the right. So there's also the positive of it is if we did separate it, the Rancho Cordova citizens would step up, and as a community, we'd be able to uplift ourselves out of these conditions. We can't always just look at the negative side of that. Once we separate, we're going to go down a hill. The other opposite would be and it's in this report, due to the fact that we'd be able to betterly strategically put the money to where it needs best to be had, we would be able to focus on the parts that we're struggling and lift up our own community. And I know you put that in there. So that's clear, is that if we did do this separation, these pretty drastic, terrible numbers would now start to go in the opposite direction for our side of the city, because we would be able to put it.
And Ms. Lofthouse, you did hit the nail on the head when you said Folsom has 2 high schools and Rancho has 1, which is why we're requesting another high school in Rancho to even that out.
And I'd like to clarify that the additional dollars that we get through the LCFF, the supplemental dollars, the majority of those dollars are going to the students that generate it who are in Rancho Cordova schools. We have a formula in which those dollars and the majority of those dollars are supporting additional programs during the day, outside of the day. We have 6 schools that applied for and received community schools grant funding to the tune of over $7 million. For the next 5 years, we're applying for the rest of the Rancho Cordova schools. So to say that we currently are not allocating additional dollars to Rancho Cordova schools is not a true statement. We do have the data and the budget to support that.
Well, I think it's not about that. It's that currently our students that we love are worth more money than the Folsom students on a per capita basis. So I fiscally can't see a reason why the city of Rancho and its community would want to stay in this relationship, meaning that the minute we separate, we can have more dollars to then spend on our kids. So I hear what you're saying, but clearly the dollars that we're spending aren't going to the kids because of what we need. So we would want to see that and be able to better direct the extra dollars, because after we do these numbers, our kids are worth $800 and something more per student. You know what I'm saying? So it's being able to take more money in for our community, because we're the ones that obviously right now need the money to be able to uplift our children.
Quick question for Mr. Gatewood. Sorry. So are we talking about with our supplemental dollars or the potential concentrated grants that we could be getting?
The report said about the right now, you got to hit the button double time. It's green or it's red, doesn't matter. It's a color. If you look at the numbers just of right now, every student, the minute we separate, is worth $885 more to the district. I'm not even talking about the grants and funds that we're allowed to now because of the condition as we separate would be that we'd have extra funding for. Just brass tacks, Rancho Cordova School District, the kids are worth more to the Rancho Cordova School District than they are right now. We would get that for our kids and be able to take that extra money, which $6 million is a lot of extra revenue we'd be able to put towards our kids. I mean, not even, I don't like to go through all this because it just seems to scab a new wound up of what we're actually seeing. But if we're just talking straight financials, and I know Folsom wants the best for us and we want the best for them, it's $800 more dollars just straight right now from this report. Thank you for what you did. That would allow our kids to be able to go in different. That I'm not even going in the grants. the minute that Folsom decides to walk away and start their district, we would then apply for, there's a $25 million grant that we would then have extra supplementary funds for, and then you just keep adding on to allow us to help to start to kind of remedy some of these problems we're running into.
Okay, my question would be, if we do get those and we do have the build out and we do grow in size, I don't think that money stays with us. I think it goes away. And I don't know, Sean, am I correct on that? If we did have, like, let's say, for the sake of saying, the concentrated grant, and then we have the build out of Glenboro, Rio de Oro, and Westboro, whatever that is, would that money stay with us, or
Well,
would it go
I
away?
think we would have to do a demographic analysis, but I think that would be a long-term question is
Sure.
at some point, if you are having growth, because in general, there is decline in our existing schools, you would have growth in a new area that demographically is a higher income level, that at some point you could hit that mark where you would be under the threshold to qualify for concentration. When that would occur, that's a big question, a mark of when. But potentially, yes. I would speak to, I know that the group here is comparing Folsom schools to Rancho Cordova schools, our west side and our east side. Our staff look at comparable schools when it comes to the demographics and the makeup of our students, because it's really about the students. And what we see is that our overall, our scores when it comes to results for tests, when it comes to results for suspensions, chronic absenteeism, it is better than the comparable schools that are in this region. And so I understand the question of looking at our Folsom schools, but demographically, we have to speak to the fact no different than your two communities. Both cities have different demographics, and I think your council member spoke to that. And so those things have to be taken in consideration. I think looking at just straight across Folsom to Rancho Cordova is not an accurate representation of what we're doing for the kids of Rancho Cordova and for the students there. And so I think looking at comparable schools that are in the area that have similar demographics, with the fact that we don't get concentration funds, but yet we exceed a lot of those schools, speaks to the quality of the services that we are providing.
Chris, to your point, I don't think we're going to stay there very long.
No,
I think once you actually once we get control of our schools, between you and Jen and the 3 new board members that be sitting up there, focusing on Rancho Cordova, I don't think we'll be there very long. I trust in our community. You've seen what we've done to the city of Rancho Cordova. You've seen how it's grown and how it's changed and how it's moved. I know that once we're able to focus those grants, I trust the 2 of you or the group of 5 that would be there to do the right thing and fix our schools. I don't think we'll need this forever. I think it's just a matter of like,
will either.
Yeah. Right. I believe it'll be there for a little bit, to 3 to 5 years, and then we'll come tearing out of this and be probably as good as Folsom or better. Not that we don't want to be better, but same level, even. Both rise together, rising tide.
Ms. Rodriguez, do you have a question?
Okay, I'll ask my question. So when we look at the data and we look at the information, there's obviously going to be a disparity between both schools. But I agree that what I am seeing out of the city of Rancho Cordova is really exciting and just a lot of great things. And I think you guys are doing a really good job in so many different aspects. Is there a lag time of when, or I don't know if there are studies that show that when a district in a situation like the ones that we're in will increase to capacity and meet other standards? Or because I know we talked about programming, it really is what the programs that are going to be created, but is there studies that show it'll take a year, 2, 3 to bring these students up to a level that is, and I don't know what acceptable is, but acceptable?
I haven't come across any studies that are specifically looking at what those changes could be in what amount of time. I mean, you see examples of individual districts and what they've done and the things that they've put in place, but there haven't been any large longitudinal studies that I'm aware of that are saying, oh, a district did X and it took them 3 years to get to, this other place.
When I think something to look at for that is the supplemental dollars were implemented this year. So we don't have any data to show what those additional dollars into the Rancho Cordova schools have done in terms of additional programs, additional dollars, whatever those school sites decided they needed. So we're looking at, again, a point in time of data, and that's all we have. That's all we can go off of, and that's all the county will go off of and the state will go off of, because we have just implemented this where the supplemental dollars are being spent in Rancho Cordova. We don't have data to show if that's increased that. So in a year from now, again, this data might be significantly different because we have been spending more money on the students that need it the most. So, again, revisiting the fact that it's a point in time and the things that have happened with this 5 on the school board has supported those students in Rancho Cordova, and we are waiting to see what that data shows.
I'm gonna suggest we made it through 6 of our 9 so far.
We're almost
which
there.
is pretty good for us. There's gonna be plenty more time for discussion. I do want to see if Ms. Garcia, if we want to jump back in and get through these last 3.
Perfect. I'll hand it over to Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. So let's get back into some numbers. I think we're all ready for some numbers now. So criteria number 7 then, transitioning away from the operational costs that we spoke about in criteria 5. Criteria 7 is really looking at costs to the state for housing students, right? School facility costs. Generally, these dollars that were allocated from the state are outside of the Proposition 98 that I spoke to earlier. I don't know if the board recalls, we had a statewide bond a few years back. Unfortunately, it was named Proposition 13. Which I think left a bad taste in everyone's mouth for wanting to vote yes for that, even though historically school bonds has done very well statewide. That bond did not succeed. And so there's currently no money at the state level for facilities unless you're already in line, but that's not what this is addressing. This is asking the question, if a split into 2 school districts would incur additional costs from the state for housing students. Our analysis based on the current enrollment, the current capacity suggests that no, there would not be any additional school facility costs for housing students. And I want to be very clear about the housing students component of it, because there are some properties that we've already spoken to. The district office, that beautiful district office that we're currently in right now, maintenance operations yard that would both, the real property, would both be within the boundaries of the Rancho Cordova School District. So there would be a burden for the Folsom Unified School District to determine where to house those employees if this split were to happen. We wanted to acknowledge it here. That being said, the state does not provide funding for administrative offices. The way that the state has its allocation set up is based on future growth of students and the dollars that would be needed to house those students. There's no plea to the state for we need an administrative office, right? They're going to tell you to figure it out yourself. So again, current enrollment, I did note on here that no single school site is over capacity. Mangini Ranch is the one asterisk with that because of the new elementary school. It's opening next year. I apologize, I forgot the name of the new school, but I do know that it's opening, so I stand by the notion that none of the schools are currently over capacity based off of the information we have for the current year. Criteria 8 looks specifically at the reasoning for the division or the territory transfer, reorganization, what have you. There can't be the primary determinant behind it. The primary reason can't be to increase property values. This is a little more subjective right now. Our thorough Google search did not disclose anything that suggests that this is about property values. So at this point, there's no evidence to support that this is about increasing property values in either district. So from that standpoint, we believe this is substantially met. And then finally, number 9, and this is, we've already kind of segued into this a little bit, but this is almost on the flip side when we think about some of the data that has been presented thus far. This criteria requires us to look at the effect of fiscal status and management on both districts, both the current district and what would be the new district. We looked at a couple major areas here. One would be the impact on funding through the local control funding formula. What would happen to both Rancho Cordova and Folsom as compared to the current Folsom Cordova Unified School District. We also looked at personnel costs on a per FTE basis, which FTE is full-time equivalency. So it's a way to standardize it on basically a per person basis, recognizing not every employee is a full-time employee. And so looking at those two, it was unsurprising, but I think the magnitude of it was surprising to me. I've been in school finance for almost 20 years, and I was talking with Ms. Garcia about this as we were going through each of our sections. I have a tough time fathoming where the decrease could be more, right? The swing could be more when we think about splitting up a current district into two different districts, okay? And I'll talk about that in just a moment here. Again, the local control funding formula, when we spoke earlier about criterion 5, the handbook says specifically, do not determine if there's increased cost to the state for the local control funding formula. So we couldn't speak to it there, but certainly here, it's definitely worthwhile to speak to. When we think about the local control funding formula, again, that's how the state allocates the majority of the dollars that it owes schools under Proposition 98. I think it's over $75 billion now from the state that goes out to all the schools in the state. When we look at the discretionary money that a school has to spend, the dollars allocated through the local control funding formula make up more than 90% of those unrestricted dollars that Folsom Cordova School Board has discretion over spending. So this is like the lifeblood of the school districts. Looking specifically at that, so 90% of those available resources for spending, based off the analysis, those resources would drop by almost 3% on a per student basis. We'll talk about why in just a moment. On the flip side, the personnel costs in Folsom Unified would increase by about 3% per FTE, right? So it's the combination of those two. Again, I struggled to really think about what scenario under a reorganization would I see a bigger swing, and I really had a tough time coming up with an example in my head to see something that would be greater than this. So when we look at the local control funding formula, again, there's a lot more detail in the report, but the way that the state set up the local control funding formula that was implemented back in 2013-14, there was a funding system in place for 40 years before that, but the premise of the local control funding formula was about equity, not equality. And I recognize that everyone has already identified the swing in funding here, and there's been a focus that, yes, Rancho Cordova would receive more funding per student, certainly in the short term, right? We're not going to try and extrapolate what the developments would do to the socioeconomic status, but certainly a conclusion could be drawn if aging population is declining and you're getting new population with new single-family homes, that the socioeconomic status would improve over the long haul. We did not try to project that in the report. Again, we're looking at current data only.
Quick question, sorry. Is this the latest and the best number? Because I'm looking at the same data on page 34, and it has Folsom USD as 11,749. This one shows 11,680 on the Folsom USD. Everything else is the same.
On page 34?
Yes, of the report.
Can I get back to you on that one? It's not a significant swing, but can I get back to you on that, please? Thank you. So, in looking at the current revenues received on a per student basis, and this is largely driven by that unduplicated pupil percentage. Again, the percentage of students in the current district that are eligible for free reduced price meals, English language learners, or foster youth, that number is about 37% in the current year, which translates to funding of about $12,000, just over $12,000 from the state of California. We took that current student population and split it up based off the boundaries that have been proposed. The UPP for just the Folsom students would drop to just over 17%. That same metric for Rancho Cordova would increase to over 60%. The way that the state, and I mentioned before that the local control funding formula, it's an equity-based funding model. So there's a base grant that's the same for all students in each grade span across the state. But then this extra component here for students identified as unduplicated pupils, the state provides a supplemental and concentration grant for those students. The supplemental grant is an additional 20% for each student that's identified in that category. The concentration grant kicks in once a school district has at least 55% unduplicated pupils, right? So this conversation around the concentration grants Under this scenario, for Rancho Cordova, about 6% of the students would generate the concentration grants, the delta between the 61% and the 55% threshold. It is a very significant boost in funding when you look at that concentration grant, and you can see the results there. They speak for themselves with the numbers. There's been a lot of focus at this point that, yes, Rancho Cordova would see an increase in funding per student, but again, this criteria looks at the effect on both districts. And so when we think about a negative fiscal impact, we see a negative fiscal impact for Folsom Unified based on the decrease in the unduplicated pupil counts. When we look at how the dollars are spent, and there's been some conversations around where those, because right now the district does not receive concentration grant dollars, right? The UPP is under 55%, it's only at 37%. So there's no concentration dollars to be allocated, but those supplemental dollars generated by 37% of the students in Folsom Cordova. It does sound like the majority of the dollars do go to Rancho Cordova schools. We did not analyze how much goes to Rancho Cordova, but what the law says on how those dollars have to be spent is they have to be principally directed to benefit the students who generate those dollars. Okay? So again, it sounds like there's been some robust conversations, so I won't spend any more time on that, but there is some discretion from the board on how to spend those dollars as long as they principally benefit the students who generate those dollars. When we look at the personnel costs, what we were able to do, and I don't know if we've acknowledged staff and all the time they spent gathering data, but there was an abundance of data that was requested, so thank you to everyone for that. Looking at the personnel costs, what we did in our analysis, and there's more detail in the report on how we came up with the total personnel costs. The district has staff that is coded directly to school sites. Those were very easily divisible between Folsom schools and Rancho Cordova schools, right? And that represents the majority of the personnel costs. When we think about teachers, instructional aides, administrators at the school sites, all those were directly identifiable. There was another category of costs which we called centralized costs. These would be centralized services. So when we think about the folks here in the district office, many times maintenance workers aren't specifically coded to school sites. They kind of float around. Even though there is a schedule in place, their costs aren't coded to a school site. Transportation costs would be another one that's not coded to a school site. We allocated those centralized costs just on a pro rata manner based on the number of students. So it was I think it was about a 66-33 split, somewhere in there, based on the current enrollments of what would be Folsom Unified and Rancho Cordova Unified. And when we look at the data, based off the direct costs that are coded to the site plus those allocated centralized costs, the personnel costs at Folsom Unified would actually go up by about $2,800 per FTE. The Rancho Cordova costs would go down on a per FTE basis by about $3,400. And I think there's a couple things that we can look at here. One piece that was already mentioned is, well, why would the costs at Folsom be higher? Certainly when you look at collective bargaining agreements, there's articles in there about transfer language, voluntary transfer, involuntary transfer. Folks with higher seniority sometimes have the ability to choose where they want to work, and that's codified in the collective bargaining agreement. I just don't want anyone thinking that there was an collective bargaining agreements.
So when you're saying most of the higher paid, more educated staff are choosing to go up to Folsom?
Anecdotally.
Yeah, right. And so let me just ask you this, financially, if you were to look at this, how would you think that the city of Rancho would want to stay in a relationship when they could have this extra funding to be able to give to their kids?
I'm hearing the city does not want to. That's what I've heard thus far.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Looking then, and again, there was conversation around the use of the supplemental dollars. I think it is worth noting that even though Rancho Cordova students make up 7,000 of the 21,000 students, there's significantly more employees in Rancho Cordova schools, which leads me to believe those are the extra supports that are being paid for with those supplemental dollars. There was not a deep dive done on the job classifications in there, but when we talk about equity, there's a significant number of employees, more employees per student in Rancho than there is in Folsom right now. That was not the focus of this criteria. The focus was the effect on fiscal status and management. And so in looking at that effect with the LCFF revenues going down almost 3% per student for Folsom, the cost per employee going up almost 3% per FTE for Folsom. You look at those two aggregated, you then layer on, Ms. Garcia and mine's conversation of can we think about how those numbers could grow in a different type of reorganization. We had a tough time coming up with an example where that would happen. We came to the conclusion that this was not substantially met with aggregating those 2 points right there. There was also a conversation earlier around program, because when we think about, significant negative impact, of course, there's no definition in education code about what that threshold would be. When I think about school finance, if I were to sit here and share with the school board, next year you're taking a 5.8% cut overall, I would think that there would be some alarms going off, right? And so I know we don't add percentages. We learned that in 4th or 5th grade, but for the sake of this conversation, I'm adding those 2 percentages, and that would be a 5.8% to the negative for Folsom Unified if the split were to happen. And I think that would generate some conversations at the board level, not only with the decline in the number of students, but can Folsom continue to operate all those programs with less resources available for students? So
I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to try to keep generic because we don't all live in the school world. So you're defining FTEs as everybody who works for the district.
It's a full-time equivalent.
Yeah, sure.
So
but it's everybody who works for the district, from bus drivers to teachers.
Correct. They're all included.
Okay. Pardon?
So as an example,
Yeah,
you could
full-time.
have
Yeah.
you could have a teacher would be a 1 FTE, but a bus driver might be a 0.7 FTE because they're not working 8 hours in a
Right.
day.
But
Not per se the number. It determines based on the number of hours all the people work. So there could be 3,500 individuals that make up 2,700 FTE because not everybody is full-time.
Yes, because it got confusing when you were talking about the fact that there were 500 teachers in Folsom and 300 teachers in Rancho. Because we've seen this thing about FTEs, but the Ed Code also says that a reorganization shall not affect the employment rights of people who are working for the district. So they all keep their current benefits, which is something somebody mentioned earlier, quite some time ago. And the classified employees have a guarantee on those rights for the first 2 years.
At the new district.
Right.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem that there would be as much effect on people who currently work for the district, regardless of which district they went to. They would keep their same employment salaries and benefits. But I feel like I'm hearing you say that that the people who work for the Folsom district would take a hit in all those cases.
So I was hearkening back on my own experience where if a district was staring a 5.8% reduction in the face, there would have to be some conversations about can we maintain the status quo? That's based on my experience in school business for almost 20 years. When I mentioned that everyone would stay where they are, this analysis assumes, yes, everyone would stay where they are. When you get into the details of it, though, there's, when we think about collective bargaining agreements, when you look at education code, the more senior employees would have first dibs on where they want to go if a divide were to happen. So we call that bumping. It would be a crazy analysis to try and figure out who would bump where. So that's why we kept this at a very high level of what is current. But to say that everyone is guaranteed a spot where they currently are if a split were to happen, that is not true.
I have a quick question, and I just don't know where it falls in this. Currently, we do special ed within our district. We don't have to outsource because we are able to do that in-house. So does that fall under this fiscal status and management, or is that part of programs? Because that would have a significant impact on our costs outward for both new districts, because we no longer could potentially provide that within the district.
Sure. So there wasn't anything specific about special ed. If I were to speak to it right now, When I look at the state costs, right, there would be no additional state costs for special ed because dollars are allocated from the state on a per ADA basis. I provided the 4 different block grants as an example, but special education, AB 602. So that would be unchanged. I suppose if we looked at the personnel side where the programs are for special education, if there was a disproportionate shift on where the special education students currently reside, there could be a negative impact on the expense side, but we did not dive into that. No.
So does it also show with these numbers that technically, because we're more of the kids that require more attention, and since Folsom would no longer be responsible for those kids, does it show a reduction of need of costs? So, we would have more money to take care of more of the kids, and Folsom wouldn't need as much money because they don't have the same level of kids that would need the help.
It doesn't show that, but what I heard from the conversation, there's already a lot of those extra dollars going to Rancho Cordova schools. Again, I'm not opining to that. I'm just sharing what I heard from the conversation.
But let's not talk about that one. But does these numbers even take into account for that, or not really?
Not to that granular level, no.
We're almost done. Keep going.
All right. So the conclusions then, and everyone has seen this at the beginning, but just to reinforce and reiterate, based off the 9 criteria that this analysis was looking at, the analysis determined that 3 of those criteria were not substantially met. Number 4, number 6, number 9. There was a question, and I'll share with you, when we put together this analysis, we were aware that there had been previous analyses. We did not look at those analyses in putting this together because we wanted the fresh approach to it, didn't want to be biased by any past studies. So here's a summary of those past studies and what the conclusions were. Way back in March 2000, only criteria 9 was looked at, and it was determined that was not met. In June of 2001, there was a more specific study that wasn't analyzing the criterion per se, but there was definitely some inferences that could be drawn from the analysis relative to the 9 criterion. November of 2002, full analysis was done by the Sac County Committee on District Reorganization, which would be the body that this would go to if it were moved along. And they determined that criteria 4, 5, 6, and 9 were not met at that point. And then in July of 2004, State Board through CDE did an analysis, and they determined that criteria 4, 6, and 9 were not met. So that's the history prior to this, and we shared with you the results of our analysis here this evening.
Can I ask somebody who's been there long enough, why were these 4 studies done? Was there a reason? Would you know, Linda? Any chance?
I can actually provide a little bit of historical, just because we researched the information. The original reorganization conversation was really in relationship to facilities and building schools. Back in the original request, it was actually initiated by a community from Folsom wanting to split the district because they had tried to pass a district-wide bond to build the Folsom High, the new Folsom High over by Intel, and it did not pass in the district because it was a district-wide bond. Overwhelmingly, the community in Rancho Cordova did not support the passage of the bond. And so because of that, the community moved forward to try to separate from Rancho Cordova. So that is actually how these initial conversations happened. What ended up happening is the city of Folsom actually passed a bond that then was able to fund the first high school. Then after that time, legislation change occurred and school facility improvement districts, SFIDs, were allowed to be created, which allowed us to split the district into areas to pass bonds. And that was the pretty much at that point, then we created SFID 1 and 2, and we were able to pass bonds on each side of the district. So this has been an ongoing conversation pretty much for the same reason. The reason why the conversations continued, our understanding of it is the board changed, and the school board had several representatives that were on the committee that originally tried to push forward the petition to split the district, and then the district looked at several times the process to split into 2 separate districts. But at no point did they end up receiving enough support to do that. So I should go backwards though. The very first time that the petition was put forward by the community, it did go to the County Board of Reorganization, the State Board, and the State Board did Even though the California Department of Ed staff did not find that all 9 criteria were met, the state board still moved the petition forward. It went to a vote, and it didn't pass predominantly because of Rancho Cordova not supporting the splitting of the districts back in the day. And so
that was 1996.
Yeah.
And that's an excellent point. So even though we're 3 in the rear where they said that they didn't do it, they still went forward all the way and brought it to the citizens. And I know at this point, the citizens in Rancho wouldn't be the ones blocking this separation. So it didn't take how many did we not pass on the first time? Brought it through?
I think it was at least one. I think when CDE did their analysis, I think it was 3 different. I think it was 3 different areas, and I don't know which numbers, so I apologize.
Right, that's okay. But I'm just saying that you rarely, since I've been doing some research on this, rarely do you ever have all 9 hit. It's almost impossible to get all 9 before you push it through. But it depends on if the communities at large, the 2 communities are in agreement that it's time for the separation once it gets to the citizens. And this is different from the past because now Rancho Cordova is the one agreeing to it, and I don't think Folsom is actually blocking it at all either. So I think it's now as we finally hit that. So, this report is excellent because it actually shows it's time for that separation. I agree. Thank you for that.
So, Dr. Kaligian, we're going to take it to questions in a moment here. I think you mentioned the staff might have had some more information for us. Is that all been talked about already, or is there more?
We do have some additional programs that we wanted to share. I think Dr. Huber is going to point those out.
Yeah, and again, apologies in terms of when the information was asked for. There's a little confusion in terms of what was put forward. Some schools put forward basically everything that they had. Other schools thought, I'm supposed to only put forward things that are unique to us, and that's where that some of that confusion came from. And unfortunately, my office didn't catch it. So I will, again, apologize on behalf of my office that we didn't catch that error before. But just, to give a little bit of context. So for instance, CTE classes are very popular in terms of our entire district. And there's a lot of reason, there's a lot of pride around our CTE programs as well. But when you look at the district in our 3 comprehensive high schools, Cordova High School actually has the most CTE classes out of all of our high schools. The program at Cordova High School, they cover 9 industry sectors in their programs. Vista del Lago covers 5, and Folsom High School covers 4. CHS has 9 pathways, Vista has 9 pathways, and Folsom High School has 6. And then in terms of just the courses offered, for instance, it can be difficult to actually come up with a definite number of electives. And because a lot of times, again, since everyone doesn't live in the education world, a lot of times we think of electives as things like band, ceramics, things like that. But basically, an elective can be any class that is not a graduation requirement that a student chooses to take. So again, if you look at the electives that are offered, they're very comparable across all the comprehensive high schools. For instance, CHS has 65 electives that students can take. Vista del Lago has 66, and Folsom High School, still trying to tabulate the numbers, but they have probably close to around 75. Again, because Folsom High School's student population is so much larger. The larger the school, the more programs that can be offered because there's kids that fill those classes. Again, if we looked at the middle schools as well, you go across the board, Folsom Middle School electives, there's 22 that they offer. Sutter offers 22, and then Mills and Mitchell both offer 12. And again, those 2 schools are roughly half the size of Sutter and Folsom Middle. So again, the reason there's that difference. So we'll
just to see, you're saying that Mills has the speech and debate and the robotics programs on the electives, but they're just not listed here?
Yeah, so like for instance, Mills has exploratory Spanish, creative writing, math lab, student leadership, exploratory art, advanced art, beginning band, beginning orchestra, drumline. So all the electives are not listed that they actually offer. So we are going to go ahead and audit all the schools, and then we will put out a complete list of all the electives that are offered and all the CTE programs as well.
Yeah, I'm looking from the educational STEM perspective. Both middle schools, again, STEM.
Yes.
we're pulling that out, right? So I see Folsom Middle School, Sutter Middle School, both have STEM, both have robotics, and I don't see that in either of the Rancho Cordova schools. So
Yeah.
you're saying that does exist in the Rancho Cordova schools?
No, right now, those are two electives that are not offered. They're offered in clubs, but they're not offered as electives at those schools. Mills in particular is looking to restart their STEM program. That's in some process they're in the process of doing. Mitchell's a little different because of the IB program. So again, they're looking at doing some of their STEM stuff through their science classes and through design, but it'll look a little different at Mitchell. But both schools are working on those kind of initiatives at their school.
No, we definitely know the clubs because we're sponsoring those clubs.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it would be really great if those charts could be corrected.
Absolutely.
That would be terrific.
Dr. Huber. So just an update of where we're going to go from here. In a second, we're going to bring it back out to each city for any final questions regarding the feasibility study. We'll have time after that for discussion. So would like there to be any clarifying questions or questions about next steps that we still need answered.
Mr. President, if I
yes.
may. One quick question, Jim. How long would it take to get that data? I mean, will we have it in time for our 2x2 with the city of Rancho? Could we share it then, or could you bring it back?
What's the date for that? I would expect to have it probably by Thursday, Friday at the very latest.
I think that meeting's like February 27th
okay.
or so.
No.
We got some time.
We're halfway there now. Like I said, we just want to, now that we caught the mistake, we want to make sure there's not another one. So we're double checking and crossing our T's.
So maybe a question for the board president or Dr. Collegian. Maybe we get an update on that at a future board meeting, maybe sooner rather than later. And then that information can be shared with the city of Rancho Cordova as well.
I also, just somebody from the educational world, we can't offer classes that we don't have students to fill. So there are naturally going to be more courses available for the schools that have more students, because we have to have a teacher, we have to have a classroom, we have to have students to fill any sort of class. So as somebody who was at Folsom Middle School and had to have electives kind of come forward, it was a necessary, we had to cut electives too because we didn't have students to fill the classes or a teacher to fill the classes. So then it was all of this. So especially in middle school, the numbers of classes offered has the biggest impact is the number of students that attend those schools. Because if we had, say, 100 students that didn't have an elective to go to, we went to the teachers and we were like, what are we credentialed in? And what electives can we offer, because we have 100 students that need their elective course. So the number of students has one of the largest impacts on the number of elective courses that are offered at a school, because you need a classroom, a teacher, and students to be able to offer a class.
That's a great point. And also one of the other points is, electives is unique in the fact that students determine the electives a lot of time, right? Students vote with their feet. This is one of the things we said in education. And so sometimes electives can somewhat come and go depending on the interest level of students. And so a lot of times you'll see some variations there in terms of electives that were offered for a number of years. Then all of a sudden that switches because student interest switches. So that also feeds into that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe all course descriptions are now approved district-wide. They're not approved for single sites.
That's correct,
okay.
District-wide.
Yeah, but I think what they're speaking to specifically though is Riverview STEM, and the fact that we don't have that at our middle schools, and so we have a whole population that's at Riverview STEM. Which, speaking of talking to the principal there, she says the majority of the students that go to Riverview actually live within that neighborhood. So when we don't offer STEM, what's happening is talking to Dr. Collegian, that we are losing a lot of our students either to Gold River Discovery or up to Sutter because it's not offered. So I think that's where some of the frustration, I think specifically on a STEM elective, is that if we had it, we actually would have a student body, but we don't have a student body because we don't offer it. So it's a chicken and the egg situation. So I think that's why we need to really start looking at some of our programming and where those programs are located, because we've got, we're talking about 270 students who are leaving Rancho to go to Folsom. Well, part of that is because we don't offer that programming there, even though we have a whole entire school that is specifically for STEM. So And, whether that's resolved with the K-8 or however we resolve that issue, we've got to resolve that at some point. So.
Right. And we would agree there in terms of both. That's one of the things Mills is looking at in terms of their identity, right, is to move off in the STEM direction because Mitchell does have the IB as part of their identity. And then also the conversation in terms of, looking at would an expansion of Riverview be something we would look at as well, or some other options. But we completely agree is that we need to build that into the Rancho side of the district.
Yeah, it's clear, certainly, we've got a lot of work to do. In Rancho Cordova, we are talking about that. I think that's been mentioned several times. Tonight we're talking about the feasibility study, so let's try to stay focused on this. I realize part of the discussion is that, right, that our programs need something different, and this maybe is an option. So from now, again, we're going to go to each city for questions and then back to the school board, and then we'll take public comment. Just so you all know that are here, there are these yellow cards in the back room. If you wish to speak, make a public comment, please fill one of these cards out. You can hand it to Robin over here on the side of the room, and that'll make its way over to us. And then we'll bring it back for discussion between the two cities and the board. So with that, questions regarding the feasibility study, anything else you need clarified before we have further discussion? Mayor Aquino, I'll hand it over to you.
Councilmember Rohrbaugh, any questions? Councilmember Rodriguez? Councilmember Challenger-La? I do have one question. There. So you mentioned earlier, if the district were to split and you look at the debt, specifically for SFID 3, you mentioned a 50-50 split. Are you guys talking geographically is one way to do it? Is that what you meant by 50-50 split?
The language talks about looking at the assessed value. And so when we were figuring out how much debt was sitting on each side, we did the debt 50-50 and then looked at what the proportion was to the assessed value.
Okay. Would you take into consideration what schools had been built with that Measure M money?
So that was, if you'll recall, it gives you two criteria. You're supposed to look at whichever is the greater of. And so, of course it was on. So it's either the proportionate share of the outstanding bond indebtedness or the amount that was actually incurred for acquisition or improvement at that district. So at that site. And so we didn't have that breakdown of, they actually spent, $2 here and $3 there. And so for this analysis, we went with the proportionate split based on those SFIDs. But if it is to move forward and you're getting to that point and when two districts start to figure out how things are going to split, then that's something that would have to get looked at is, what were those costs? Can you pull that information together? And then what's the greater of? And then that's how it would get divided.
Got it.
And that's why one of the questions we would need to know to determine some of that is what the boundary lines would be. Because we do, obviously, this building is one area where it's in the unincorporated area. So we would need to understand which community or which district potentially that would go into the calculation as well.
All from us.
Great,
President
thank
Hui.
Mayor Sander, I'm going to pass it over to the city of Rancho Cordova for any last questions here.
Sure, I have a few, but colleagues from Rancho Cordova, do you have any additional questions at this point?
Kind of asked while they were going, so I appreciate that. Waiting to the end, huh? Yep. Thank you for answering my questions. No, go ahead, Dave. Do you have one, Linda?
I've heard the discussion on 4 and 6, and I asked questions on 4 and 6, and the line of logic appears to be that unless the two resulting districts are exactly the same and absolutely equal, then both of those will fail. So I'm wondering if any of these analyses done up and down the state ever have a passing 4 and 6 under that sort of criteria, because it seems functionally impossible. On 9, I guess I have that the data in 9 was really problematic to look at. It appeared on its face that teachers in Folsom were more senior to those in Rancho Cordova and were therefore, for whatever reason, were paid more than those in Rancho Cordova. But I understand that's not the actual reason for the number. It's more delicate than that, and I think most people reading the report probably miss that. But it also appears, from what I've read and what I've heard, that it might be a terribly subjective analysis as opposed to an objective one. And so I worry that, we're going to fault that one as saying, yeah, you didn't need it. But I'm wondering, if you just did I'm a scientist, if you just did an error analysis to say, how much is my assumption bearing my final conclusion, whether or not you would still be in a statistically reasonable position with that conclusion. And I guess on a practical level, looking at number 9, you're going to see a decline in LCFF revenues on the Folsom side, because most of those are generated due to student demographics on the Rancho Cordova side. And most of those are also required to be spent on the Rancho Cordova side. So I would think the expenses on the Folsom side would shrink. The expenses as from the shared district would shrink with regard to the Folsom side. So I have difficulty understanding why the FTE would increase on the Folsom side outside of just these assumptions that people are going to request moves and be guaranteed contractual increases as a result. Is there something else I'm missing here? What is causing that?
Just one point on criteria 4 and 6 to clarify. It's not that the 2 new districts, Folsom and Rancho Cordova, have to be equal. It's you're comparing what the districts look like to what the district is right now as a Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And so when you're looking at how it is performing now and then comparing Folsom Cordova to those 2 districts, that's where you find the discrepancy and that's where you find the not met. It's not the fact that what would be Folsom and what would be Rancho Cordova are not doing the exact same thing. And then I'll let Matt address your question with regards to number 9.
Yeah, thanks for the question. On number 9, you threw out the S word, subjective. And I feel like it was a very objective analysis where it was quite literally assuming everyone stayed put, and it was current costs divided by current FTE to show an objective result there. We've been using teachers as a proxy. There's a lot of job classifications in the district. Teachers generally make up the largest share. They're about 60% of expenses, generally speaking. But this is going to include, site leaders, principals, vice principals, bus drivers. Trying to think of some paraprofessionals. Trying to think of some of the other site-based costs, because all the centralized costs were allocated on a per-student basis. So I do believe that was very objective. A more senior employee, all things being equal, will make more because everyone is paid on the same salary schedule. So while the delta, at least on the teacher side, I think averaged 2 years, if you look at the cost difference between a year 13 teacher and a year 15 teacher, I'm guessing it's at least a couple $1,000s a year. So let's say $4,000 right there, and that's not even factoring in the educational experience and what column they're on. So I do think there's something to be said that there are more senior employees currently working in Folsom than there is in Rancho Cordova. We spoke a little bit anecdotally about why that is, but again, I would suggest that the analysis was very objective and there's not any subjectivity to that.
Yeah, it all just adds up into complete opposition to what the interests are of the students involved. So we have the more experienced teachers in Folsom teaching the more privileged kids in Folsom. We have the less experienced teachers in Rancho Cordova, where perhaps experience would be more valued. That's our current situation. And if we do a split, well, you can't do a split because you're going to harm the more privileged students in Folsom who have the more experienced teachers. Does this just sound insane to anyone other than me?
We agree.
I mean, is that the intent of the legislature to guarantee privilege? Because that appears to be the interpretation and the function here.
I don't know if that was rhetorical. If you're waiting, we can't see you, so it's difficult.
Yeah, I understand it's a difficult read. It's also very difficult to answer. And with regard to the split, on 4 and 6, near as I can tell, you're saying, we have one of two options. We can either say the district is currently operating in a highly segregated and discriminatory manner. And if we do the division, that will continue. And we can't have that. So it's a bit, damned if we do or damned if we don't analysis. And it seems the only way out of that is that you're completely balanced before and after, which seems highly unlikely. So I don't know. This report, sort of read on its face, is quite an indictment of the current situation. Even down to the detail of the district being unable to report the programs that are occurring in Rancho Cordova accurately. All that does is really confirm a bunch of people's concerns in Rancho Cordova about where, the interests of the district administration lie. That's, for me to put it bluntly, that's it right there. We've heard comments tonight about the district in this last year decided maybe we should find some extra resources to spend on the students who need it most. That's a little offensive as well. I mean, to think that for 30 years there's been an inequality here. And this past year, thanks to you guys on the board for doing it, but this past year we finally got around to it. As an institution, my goodness. So I don't know. I think this might be a cause for, a legislative solution here as opposed to a normal process, because I don't think the interests of students in a city like Rancho Cordova are being well served by this process or by this interpretation, which is frankly confounding.
So David, I would follow up with a couple of questions. For those of us who've been in Rancho Cordova for a long time, this is a difficult conversation because while I realize that the state has handed everybody 9 discrete sets of criteria, on the other hand, as David has been trying to point out, 4 and 6 are so intricately related. We have teachers in Rancho Cordova schools who are products of the educational system here at Folsom, Cordova. And they are wildly successful teachers in a whole host of things. And they have always gone to school in a completely integrated environment, a culturally integrated environment. So then to turn around and say that our kids can't succeed in what is now being considered a segregated environment just seems like a complete oxymoron. And when you combine the fact that they're being condemned because there is not yet a sound educational program, and there seems to be the assumption that there wouldn't be a sound educational program in Rancho Cordova, that they simply have to have access to whatever it is that the schools in Folsom are providing, just doesn't seem logical. So at what point does the ability to, for each district to write an educational program come into the evaluation of this process?
I think part of it, as you're saying, is somewhat hamstrung by the 9 criteria that the statute has laid out. And it has you looking at what that before and after is based on the facts that you have on the ground today. And so it isn't looking at, that Rancho Cordova wants to set up this XYZ program and what it would do, because at the moment, the facts aren't there to back it up, and that's not what that analysis is. Analysis is requesting that be investigated if a reorganization were to move forward. And so in that respect, you are correct. It wasn't designed, at least the way it's written in code, to look at that possibility of, what it might be. It's okay, looking at what you have now, would students be better or worse off as they are or as they would be if you went forward with this? And it's a very, in that respect, black and white analysis that it requires of us to do.
It just feels like there is a built-in assumption that kids in a culturally integrated environment can't get a good education. That's what it feels like to me.
But I'm not clear because the attendance boundaries don't change, so that should not make any difference to whether whatever the environment they are in is the environment that they're going to continue to be in. So how does that change?
Or how can you now say that that's not a good environment?
Exactly.
We are not making a judgment as to whether it's in good environment or not. We are comparing the Rancho Cordova Unified School District as it is to what would be the Folsom Unified School District and what would be the Rancho Unified School District. And based on those specific measures, the students would be in an environment that is not as conducive as a whole in the two districts.
So within the school, it'll remain the same, integrated or segregated, whatever they are. But within the whole school district, you're saying that's what's going to change.
The criteria is asking us to look at pre-organization, before the organization, and post-organization. So before the organization, it is the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and the test scores, the metrics, etc., are looking at that district as a whole, and then comparing that to what the district would look like, the two districts would look like after the fact.
So basically, if you were to cut Rancho out right now, just the Rancho schools, it's pretty abysmal unless we have Folsom attached to it. Because if we cut them down the line right now, all the Rancho Cordova schools and high school and stuff like that have abysmal, all this stuff by itself, unless we have Folsom. So no matter what, we still have abysmal, right? Is that kind of what you're saying? Because if you're like, right, if it was together, the average is okay. But the minute we don't have them, right?
Those average.
Yeah, that's what your numbers are saying.
Yeah, it averages out, but nothing changes for the student.
In Rancho.
Or Folsom.
Right. Folsom keeps staying high.
The school
I think that's what's frustrating because it's a snapshot and the state's telling us these are the 9 criteria. And so we're seeing the actual snapshot, and divided or not, the schools are going to stay the same. So if you divide, pretty much it's going to stay the same, right? Because I mean, our communities are pretty divided geographically. And so the 144 students that are coming from Rancho to go to Folsom access a few programs, that's really not at all substantial. So, and I hear your frustration. It's well, what did you say? You're damned if you do or damned if you don't. You did not say that, but it was something else like that. So, it is really frustrating because they asked us to do the study. So you guys, I did think it was objective, but, I think Mr. Sanders said it is a legislative issue. I mean, I think at this, maybe not at this point, or maybe it is worth fighting because either way, Folsom's going to be just as white and, there's a lot of diversity in Folsom still. I don't want to diminish that. Actually, there's more diversity than there is whites, but then you guys are going to be, then Rancho would be more diverse. And so, I guess my point is, I see the frustration. It's a snapshot. It's the reality of what it is if we divide or not. And so, what you're saying, and I think what my colleague said is if we divide, then there might be more opportunities for Rancho to be able to get more funding to excel. And I think that's what you guys are frustrated with. So, and I would be too. I would absolutely be frustrated with. So, so thank you for your study. But, maybe there's a way to work through to the state to make sure we can get these criterias, speak to this issue in this school district versus all the other school districts, why we should move forward, why you want to move forward with this.
Let me bring it back to the FCUSD board.
Oh, wait, hold on. David, are you done? Give me a thumbs up.
I'm done with questions. I'm not done with discussion with our colleagues.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, we'll start with Board Member Mellinger. Any questions? We put you on the spot there. Ms. Merrill.
I actually had a question about that kind of pertained to this conversation. So from my understanding, this is just a feasibility study, right? So if let's hypothetically we say we do move on with do we go to the state and do they do their own study on our district and say, yes, you can split or no, you can split, or do they look at your study?
So there's intermediate. You first go to the county, and the county committee on district reorganization does this same study, again, based on the facts at that time. And they are going to, whether they hire someone to do that or whether their staff does it internally, they will do an analysis and determine if they're met or not met. And then the county committee will make a determination then on whether they are going to approve or deny the petition. If it gets to the state board, then yes, the state board, it does the same thing all over again. The California Department of Education does the study, because this process, we've seen them by the time it starts from putting it into the committee to get to the state board is usually 4 years. So again, data's different at that time. So the California Department of Education is going to do the study again. Their staff, they're going to bring it forward to the State Board of Education. They're going to determine which ones are met or not met. And then they decide whether or not they are going to approve it, which means it goes to the voters, or whether they're going to reject it, and then it stops there.
And it seems like we were kind of beefing with the actual criteria, like criteria 4 of how it doesn't really change for the student. Is there any way we can make like an argument to the state or the county that says why we think that criteria shouldn't matter, or is that out of our ability?
No, I mean, the county is going to do their analysis and come up with their own measures of whether it's met or not met. Again, whether it's staff or whether it's consultants that they hire to do that. That doesn't mean that it's a public meeting. They usually, the ones that we have been to, they give the opportunity for each side, or in this case, the school board or the two councils, to have their say and make their argument, and ultimately they're going to make that determination. As I mentioned before, we really see the 9 criteria in some respects as a minimum threshold. If you read the language, we do believe that it says that the county committee has to find that all 9 are met in order to move it forward. But it's that minimum. It's like, yeah, those are met, but then they're considering other things or not. And so you have that opportunity in a public body to go in and state your case. And then it's for that committee to determine whether or not they're going to approve it or not.
Just to build on Ms. Garcia's point, the 4 and 6 obviously are the crux right here, where a lot of the conversation's happening. We pride ourselves on trying to stay as objective as possible, relying on the data. A lot of the conversations that I'm hearing right now, there's intent, there's belief, there's goodwill. You can go either direction with that, right? Someone could argue that. We try to stay at that very objective level as much as possible with coming to the conclusions.
Have you guys seen any school district reorganization move forward that did not meet the 9 criteria that ended in a reorganization?
I have seen a couple where at the county committee, they disagreed with whether or not one was met or not met and came to a different determination. And in all honesty, the reorganization studies that we have done, I've only seen one so far get to the state, and that one was denied by the state. That one, I don't remember which criteria it was. There were several at the county committee that were deemed not met. They appealed it, or it went to the state board. The state board and staff also agreed that they were not met, and that ended there. But again, it's a 4 or 5 year process, and so I've only seen one that I've worked on get to that point so far.
And then I just thought, I've kind of noticed that 6 only became about programs, and programs is just a small part of number 6. Yeah. So I think that we do have to look at that as a wider scope than just programs, because that's kind of where our conversation all ended. But there's a lot of other data in that section that is pertinent to the educational program. That term is being used, I think, very widely, where we aren't talking about the specific programs in the schools. It's the educational program as a system, I feel like. So that's not a question, more of a comment.
Ms. Laird?
I didn't really have a question, more of a comment on the study. In the educational programming, one of the things that it was in the master study, and I think it's kind of got left out because the IB program was kind of left out of the conversation, was that students from Rancho Cordova would not have access to the AP programming. And so mostly for the public, just wanted to bring attention that Cordova does have the IB program, which is comparable to the AP. And I did ask staff this week about the AP and IB capstone program and that full DP program. and asked for a 3-year average. And the 3-year average for Vista having AP capstone, there was no students. At Folsom, it was 6, and at Cordova, at the IB full DP program, it was 9 on the average. So, that was one of the chunk of it was that they wouldn't have access to the AP, but just we do have the IP program, which is a comparable programming to that. So, just kind of wanted to just bring that to the attention of the public. So,
Mr. Clerk.
I have no question.
Okay. Mr. Reed.
Yeah, a couple questions. I just want to confirm the different processes that could be followed in initiating a district split. It could be either school board as the lead, it could be one of the cities taking the lead, it could be the community taking the lead. So three there. If one of the cities, and presumably referring to Rancho Cordova, takes the lead, they have the option of carving out just Folsom Cordova Unified School District portion that's within the city limits as the district. We also have the ability to pull in other districts into the conversation as well. It doesn't have to be just the FCUSD. It could also be Elk Grove Unified with Anatolia. It could be Rosemont in the SAC Unified. It could be that very small, tiny sliver that's in San Juan Unified. So one of the questions is, we'll just use the city of Rancho Cordova as an example, or as the example. If they decided that they wanted to pull in all of the boundaries of the city of Rancho Cordova into one single school district, are they able to go beyond their city boundaries? In other words, if they're taking the lead, we know that they could pull in the city boundaries no matter where they are, but could they go outside of the city boundaries into unincorporated areas and pull them in? Do it.
They can certainly put in a resolution or pass a resolution to put that forward. Obviously, the analysis that the county is doing gets a bit more complicated. Some of those areas I understand, because they're in other school districts now, they're doing an analysis that involves all those other districts, so it just gets infinitely more complicated. But there's nothing in the law that says you as a city are only allowed to do within your boundaries, or even a community. There's nothing that limits what you're putting that petition forward about.
Okay, all right, that clarifies.
I think there's an additional point. If it gets to the point where it actually goes to the electorate to vote,
right,
potentially that would require all of those school districts to vote on that, not just so at least in the interpretation, there was actually a lawsuit when the original request to split the district went to the voters. It was decided that all voters inside Folsom Cordova School District should vote on the petition because they all would be impacted. And so, because if you take away part of a district, it impacts the rest of the district. And so at least that was the interpretation. It actually went to a judge who ruled in that that was correct. It should be all representatives or all voters within the district. So if there was an application that overlapped multiple districts, potentially you would have to have all of those people vote in favor of it to make that happen. Just understand the dynamics of what you're getting into there potentially.
And on that, we have an example of that when we were in Southern California, Riverside and San Bernardino County. There was a little sliver, it was an insignificant piece of territory. It crossed over the border of Riverside and San Bernardino, so both county commissions had to have their own hearings, make sure everyone was on the same page with that. So again, adds another layer, it gets infinitely more complex.
So sorry, you're saying that all residents in both counties had to vote for it, not just the residents living in that sliver?
It went to both county committees. I believe the territory was uninhabited, so there were no voters in that particular example. But I believe what Mr. Martin was saying is that, yeah, there's a pathway where if a voter is impacted by this, they would have an
But
opportunity to
we're not
voice.
crossing county lines here. Let's use Elk Grove Unified as the
Like a hostile
example.
takeover.
Let's use Elk Grove Unified as an example. Anatolia is within Elk Grove Unified School District, but Anatolia is within the city of Rancho Cordova. If the city of Rancho Cordova were to take the lead and say, we want to pull Anatolia into Rancho Cordova Unified School District, would only the residents in Anatolia vote yes or no to that? Or would the entire Elk Grove Unified School District, which is a very, I think it's the fourth largest school district in the state, would every voter in that entire school district vote on whether Anatolia could?
It's up to the.
Or to add to that, would only the people, because they are by district, would only the folks in that district, which might go into Elk Grove, vote for that?
So it's ultimately up to the State Board of Education. So the county committee provides a recommendation if they want to the State Board of who they think should be within that voting area, and ultimately the State Board will make the determination as to who is within that voting area.
So then, if Rancho Cordova wanted to take the lead and they wanted to pull in all parts of the city of Rancho Cordova, which is currently in four districts, into one new district, they could make the case to the state board that the only voters who could vote on that are the residents of the city of Rancho Cordova that are comprised of those four school districts. It would be up to the state whether to say yes or no to that.
Yeah,
But
it'll be up to them to decide which
Mr.
way,
Reed,
but.
just as it would with Folsom, it would impact the entire district if certain schools left. So there would be an impact, whether or not they live in Rancho Cordova, there would be an impact on the district in which those schools are part of. So realistically, just looking at this one alone, there is an impact regardless. So yes, it's one of the biggest ones, but if you lose however many schools, that's still an impact on the district as a whole.
And my understanding to what Sean was mentioning was that original one, they wanted just the Folsom folks to vote on, the residents to vote on it, and the state board said, no, it needs to be the entire district because it's impacting the rest of the district.
Right, the state board did that, and then they sued,
and
then the judge also ruled that no, everybody should vote on it. And that's where it ended. So it has been litigated. I mean, it went through a judge. So we would assume that would be the case then, but maybe not. I mean, I'm again, as Brianna says, we're not attorneys.
This seems clear.
Or the state board.
This seems clear as mud. All right, so let me get to another question. So obviously, all of these statistics that you ran were 100% based on demographics of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District currently.
For the student data, yes.
Student data. So what it doesn't take into consideration is if the city of Rancho Cordova were to try to create a district that, for example, pulls in Anatolia, that would change the demographics, the statistics, the test scores, the racial demographics, the socioeconomic. It could paint potentially an entirely different picture. But we're just looking at just the Folsom Cordova Unified School District portion of it.
Correct.
SFID 3, I want to ask a question a different way. I know you've discussed it. But currently, out of the funds that have been expended so far on SFID 3, it's basically, and Sean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's gone to Mangini Ranch Elementary, on to Alder Creek Elementary, onto this facility, and it's gone to planning the Folsom Ranch High School, at least the initial plans for.
Yes, and also plans related to the building of the Mather Morrison High School originally. That was actually the first cost, yeah.
All right, so hypothetically, if the line, and again, we don't know where the line would be drawn because it's unincorporated land between the two cities. I know for argument's sake, you based it on SFID 1 and 2, which may or may not be the boundary. But hypothetically, for argument's sake, let's say the boundary was west of this facility, where all of the bonds, with the exception of the Mather Morrison planning, were in the city of, or within the Folsom area. So this building, the two elementary schools, and the amount of money that we recently spent on the planning of the original Folsom Ranch facility. If that were the line west of this facility, that arguably, I don't know, I'll just make it up. Let's say 95% of the funds have been spent in the Folsom side. Would the residents in Rancho Cordova be responsible for anything more than 5%?
No, it's the proportionate share, and it's also based on, where the property's going. So
Right.
if you're saying if that line is there and all of that money was spent here and all of this goes to Folsom,
Yeah.
they're taking that larger proportionate share, that 95% instead of the 50-50, how we split it up.
So the debt burden could largely be shouldered by Folsom and not Rancho Cordova. That's
A larger piece of it, yes. There were two SFIDs, 1 and 4, that are all Rancho. Then 2 and 5 are all Folsom, and it's just that one.
Okay. Those are my questions right now. Thank you.
I just have one question. I appreciate all your work on this and for being here tonight. My question is about criteria 9. I think, the whole reason that at least I was interested in this was exactly what you were talking about. We get to see that benefit for Rancho Cordova. There's a lot that can be done with that. It's concerning what's written in the report about Folsom and, essentially not being soluble after, a year or two of operation with the way that those numbers looked in the report. I'm wondering, and I know we asked you to do a study about Folsom Cordova and not another district, but, I just looked at a few, what would be comparable districts to the Folsom Unified. The most comparable I thought was currently with Dublin Unified School District. It has currently 12,700 students, almost exactly the same number Folsom Unified would have, unduplicated pupil percentage of 13%. The average teacher salary is $106,000, so even a little bit more than what we have in our report. And their per student LCFF is $11,381. It's actually lower than Folsom's projected LCFF. But it is still an incredibly similar socioeconomic status throughout and I think demographics too. It's a really high performing district that is paying their teachers well and doing really well. And I'm trying to figure out what would be so different about those two. If we were to split, the Folsom wouldn't be able to pay its bills after a year. But a place like Dublin Unified is able to do what they're doing. If you can speak to that.
Yeah, so a metric that I didn't hear in there relates to programs. So if we're talking about teachers, right, our average teacher salary is actually, or theirs is higher, I think you said. The other piece of that then is what do the caseloads look like for the teachers, right? We don't know what the class sizes are in Dublin. We can make some inferences based off of the student data that they're not bursting at the seams in their classes, but that would be something that I would be interested in. Right. How many students are in each class? Obviously, the more students you have, the more you can pay the teachers, and vice versa. We think about some of the other programs, ancillary programs. I don't know what their transportation budget looks like. I don't know what their special education budget looks like, what sort of contribution they're making over there. So there's other pieces that I would like to see before drawing any additional conclusions that we would be just like them. And I think back to the study, I just want to be careful with the words. I didn't say that you would be insolvent, right, in a year or two. It's, again, with my experience with school districts. I mean, we even go back to May of 2020. Right? The governor came out on May 7th and said, because of COVID and the unknowns about COVID, I'm proposing that school districts take a 10% year-over-year reduction, and people lost their minds statewide, right? 10% is a big number. I get that I'm adding your numbers right now, but 5.8, that's a healthy decrease year-over-year if the split were to happen now for the 24-25 year. And I'm suggesting that there would have to be some conversations as a board on can we continue with the status quo and for how long?
And the other point to make is, again, always keeping in mind you're comparing the before and the after. Yeah. And so it's not necessarily saying that you couldn't function, couldn't have all those programs, you couldn't do all of the things and be high performing. But the question of the criteria is asking, is there a significant fiscal impact to the reorganization? and that drop of where Folsom Cordova, what it's spending, the revenues, et cetera, those costs, and what it looks like in the after effect, that's where there's a substantial, a significant financial impact. Not saying that you can't run the schools based on those, because as you know, there's schools out there that are doing it. But where you are now and where you would be, that's the fiscal impact that's of concern.
Yeah,
I was just going to add one more piece on that is contractual language and also the specific demographics like they were talking about with special education, because we do know that the special education, about I think 46% of our special education students are on the Cordova side of the district. So that goes into the play of the other component is there's additional revenues that definitely would be allocated towards the maybe Cordova school. But the concern would be is there hasn't been really an analysis of all of the costs that are associated with that, because we do have lower class size on those schools. We have smaller schools, which create additional cost. We have other factors in play. We actually, on a per pupil allocation to the sites, we give about $3,000 more per student on a Rancho Cordova side versus a Folsom site. Now, part of that is Title I and supplemental, but there are other costs there that would be general fund. So yes, there's additional dollars, but no analysis has been done to the level of what that actually looks like if you're trying to keep the existing programs in place. Now, you can change program, obviously, but those are the things that have not, because that's not the level of analysis that we've requested them to do. That would be very detailed. You'd more or less be rebuilding and calculating all those costs. So on both sides, that they used an average, right? They used an average based off of either the enrollment for each side or assessed value, depending on what calculation they did. And that's not really, we're not 50-50 on different population factors and program factors. Mm-hmm. So
okay, I appreciate that, and thank you. I know I'm asking you to compare two things that aren't necessarily comparable. I guess I do want to just notice that these things are possible. Things can change. I realize you have to work with exactly as it is now and what we're looking forward to. Just I guess one last question then would be, if either of the cities or the school board were to move forward, would that level or could that level of analysis be done to present as part of the petition?
Do anything. I don't know that it's needed to determine the criteria, but yeah, you can do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, we have with regards to special education, we have special education experts on staff, et cetera, that can get down into that level of detail for that piece of it and other fiscal pieces of it. But.
Actually, I do have another question, if I might. And actually, this is probably more directed to the superintendent. Has Folsom Cordova Unified School District ever approached Elk Grove asking if they would ever consider voluntarily entering into agreement with Folsom Cordova where they would cede their land, that's Anatolia, into Folsom Cordova Unified School District?
We haven't formally done that request, but I know informally I've asked that question, and the answer is no.
Have we ever formally or informally had a conversation with the Sacramento Unified School District asking if they would consider ceding the land that's within the city of Rancho Cordova, that's in the Sacramento Unified School District, to the Folsom Cordova Unified School District?
No, and the reason is different because financially they've, I don't even know if they would be eligible to do a territory transfer because of the financial history that they've had.
Can I jump in on there because Matt was shaking it. I do actually believe at one point Folsom Cordova did, or was it the city of Rancho Cordova started that conversation? Because there was
remember that we spent a lot of time right after we incorporated. You were probably still on the chamber board.
Actually, I haven't moved here yet.
trying to convince Elk Grove Unified to bring that area into Folsom Cordova. We pushed and pushed and pushed.
Yeah, in our experience, I don't think we've seen one of these where a school district voluntarily gave up property.
Well, actually, Folsom Cordova Unified School District does have an example of that. We did trade land in the 1970s.
With San Juan.
With San Juan.
Yeah.
So, so again, I apologize for the repetitive questions. Superintendent, have we ever approached San Juan Unified School District about obtaining just the little tiny sliver of, I think it's a trailer park, that is right next to Sunrise, that is in the city of Rancho Cordova, that's in San Juan Unified School District?
Gold River area?
No, not the Gold River, that's outside
No.
the city of Rancho Cordova.
It's Mobile Country
I'm
Club.
talking-
And it's within the
Yeah.
city limits.
Yes.
It's bounded by Citrus Road and Sunrise and Coloma and the freeway, but there are no students there. It's all seniors.
Okay. So I guess by the very nature, we have not. Which,
Mr. Reed, I would also, if we were going to talk to San Juan, I would actually look at also.
well, that's my next question.
Folsom.
Have we ever formally or informally requested of the San Juan Unified School District that of ceding the land that is American River Canyon South in the city of Folsom, which is on the, I guess it's the north side of American River Canyon, to the Folsom Cordova Unified School District?
In the past, before.
Formally or informally, both?
Well,
Well, you probably-
I don't know, formal, informal, but it happened.
Okay.
Probably both.
All right. Well, the reason why I'm just asking those questions, it dawned on me, we could potentially be spending a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources to bring a ballot initiative to the table, and potentially a fight, and a very expensive fight with the various school districts, when we perhaps maybe should start with the easy question and go to each school district and simply ask them, listen, this is what we're looking to accomplish, is getting all of, at least initially, get all of the city of Rancho Cordova in one school district. Are you willing to have a conversation on that? Because, they might say yes, but they might say no. I mean, I think we're automatically assuming they're gonna say no, but why, before we go down a big path, why don't we, in 2024, formally reach out to the superintendents of all 3 school districts and simply ask the question?
David, it's a lovely idea, but I will tell you that one of the key hurdles in Elk Grove is the fact that Elk Grove has a specific Mello-Roos for education purposes that the school district adopted. And they build their schools in Elk Grove based on the amount of tax dollars that people pay when they move in. The land itself doesn't generate any tax dollars, but once you move in, buy your house, then you are paying that on your annual property tax bill. And because they've leveraged all that money to build schools all over Elk Grove, there's no way they're giving up on the Mello-Roos that they're getting from those residents.
Well, and that may be so, but we could formally ask the question and be told no, so we can check that box. But that same question can still be asked of, potentially, maybe not with Sacramento Unified because of their financial issues, but it certainly could be asked of San Juan Unified. So it's just an observation that, it might be worth at least engaging in a conversation with their superintendents. They may be watching right now because I think it's gotten around that this conversation is taking place. So for all we know, there's someone from those 3 school districts who's been in charge of keeping track of this conversation.
Please call David, 916-385. Rancho Cordova would like all its schools all in one place. David, is that your phone number? Call you soon.
Anyway, I'm finished with this.
All right. Well, let's take it out to public comment. Thank you both. We got 2 right here. So James Garcia, welcome.
Oh, I guess I only have one. I'm James Garcia, resident in Rancho Cordova, and I'm here to talk about this as well. Looking at all the different options. Back in 1944, LA school district was broken up by Torrance. It took till 1947 to actually take place. They were functional within 1 year. They've also went into being forced to try to split up their district in 1996. In 2017, they still haven't fixed it. So this is what happens. Schools get needy, they get greedy, they don't want to break up due to labor unions and everything else. Problem here, though, is Rancho Cordova is actually a more diverse neighborhood than Folsom. So why does that matter? As a whole, we shouldn't have to worry about that. Also, with Rancho Cordova having a greater number of free and reduced lunches, would making a separate district, would that actually qualify Rancho Cordova to have the whole entire district free lunch? Is that something that we can look into? Because that would be a great benefit for the city of Rancho Cordova and the residents. Also, why does Rancho Cordova have to rely on Folsom schools to boast our overall educational programs? We shouldn't have to. We've already been adding resources as part of the neighborhood community schools that happened last time around, and we've already seen a drop in absenteeism and other problems because we actually added the proper resources to our schools. That number will go down if we actually add the proper resources. Let's see, what else did I have here? Again, you mentioned that programs were not available. Vista was closed. And then there was discussion last time about Folsom High also being closed to inter and intra transfers. That only hampers our school. And again, do you want to actually go back to the old days where we actually had to bus kids everywhere? That's how you got segregation. We got rid of that, said, hey, let's bus them out there. Let's integrate all these schools. That's what you're kind of doing here. We are two separate cities. We don't need to have busing up and down the highway, up and down the back roads. We should actually be split finally. The whole idea that the studies were done in 2000, 2001, 2002, that was all pre-Rancho Cordova becoming a city. We didn't come a city until 2003. Then the next one was 2004. We were still just getting our footprint in the door, making our city actually a city. Now's the time. We're grown up, 20 years. We can go ahead and do this now. So it's time to go ahead and split. We're tired of all the hand-me-downs that gets to our schools in Rancho Cordova. So it's time. Make up your mind and do it.
Hey, James. And Joanna Slaughter.
My name is Joanna Slaughter. I teach kindergarten at Rancho Cordova Elementary. When we first moved here in 2005, there was talk of new high schools, a new high school in Rancho. Well, none of my own children will ever get to see that because it has not come to pass. I really don't know why I put my name to talk other than to answer Suri's question that she had on one of the slides about why there are less credentialed teachers in Rancho. It is really hard to teach in Rancho Cordova. And not by any fault of the teachers that are there. There are amazing teachers there. I mentor amazing teachers there. New teachers go, they do their time, which Folsom, once they leave Rancho and go to Folsom, have commented to me, oh, when are you leaving and coming to Folsom? And I was like, well, why would I leave? I like my school. I like my kids. I'm not saying Folsom teachers and schools don't have their issues. Mr. Hui, can you move that way so I can see the time? Thank you. But I have had students in my class who have witnessed horrific things happen to their parents. I have had students who have witnessed domestic violence happen. I have had foster students. Thankfully, I can speak Spanish, so I can speak to those students. End of the day, we're talking about students, and we're talking about people's children, and we're talking about our children. And if we keep doing the same thing that we have been doing, and it's not really working, then let's do something different and see what can come of that. I was one of those kids whose parents couldn't take me to a program over here. My parents were migrant farm workers until they came and decided this is really hard work. They took us to work in the fields one summer. I was 9 years old and I was picking grapes. And I was the only one that lasted the whole week. My siblings were cheap bums and they bummed out. But it's hard work, and I appreciate my parents that I have in my class, and they're doing the best they can. But if we're talking about access, these meetings are never in a foreign language that they can come and hear and participate in. There's not translators here for them to come and speak what they want to speak. Most of them don't have ways to get here. I mean, there's a lot of things, but when we're trying things, and I appreciate Mr. Hui and getting kindergarten extra support. I appreciate that our school sites can use some of those funds on additional people to help, but then what are we not getting because our site funds are now paying for people? So there's, lots of layers, but I really think as we're considering this, that we consider at the end of the day, it's about children and getting them what they need and supporting them.
Joanna. All right, is there any online comment? Hatch. Mr. Hatch, are you there?
Yes, good evening, members of the school board, City of Rancho, Cordova, City of Folsom. Thank you. I'll be brief. David Hatch with Easton Development Company in Arrowjet Rocketdyne. Obviously, we've got a number of projects in all of the discussed areas tonight. I want to appreciate the conversation I was able to have with Matt Washburn this afternoon. And in listening to tonight's presentation and the discussion, a lot of my questions were answered. One is understanding that this draft analysis looked at SFI D1 and 2 as they exist today, and understanding that this report doesn't propose a definitive boundary line split in the documentation itself. And I would agree that where that boundary line goes is of extreme importance, not only with compliance with existing agreements, but especially in the bonded indebtedness question that was discussed quite a bit. And I'm not sure the assumed 50-50 would actually play out. I do want to ask the school board and both cities that whether, with understanding I've heard that there's going to be some edits to this and some things brought back and cleaned up and added, I would put out there, I do think that it's with all of the thousands and thousands of units to be developed and the assessed valuation to be increased, and the question of where a potential district split would go or wouldn't go, that an analysis of some sort about future projections needs to be done, because simply splitting SFID3 as it exists today, and the earlier example, I believe from Ed was, well, if 95% of that was spent in Folsom, so they get 95% of the burden, and if 5% was spent in Rancho, they get 5%. I think there's a bigger question on the viability to make sure that there's at least a reasonable assumption set done and a financial analysis done about the future financial projections, future development, future bonding, future assessed valuations. I also think that lastly, where that potential district line goes, I do think that the district office as it stands today probably wouldn't be in the Rancho district. It probably would be in the Folsom district, but again, to be determined. I see I'm out of time, but thank you. Very enlightening discussion tonight.
Thank you. Neil? Neil, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Honorable elected officials here. I came from City of Rancho, Cordova, but I'm talking about this is regarding a self-governance. And City of Rancho Cordova was a prime example how being a self-governed body in last 20 years, how it flourished. And I also want to give another example. I came from India, the state which fought for 60 years to be a self-governance. We've been in as a state from last 10 years, and that state is really flourished. And today the Rancho is a prime example to have a self-governance. This is the time-tested theory. If you can self-govern, you can do the custom community development. You can enhance your local services. So I think this is not only advantage for Folsom, also Rancho Cordova. I think I'm all up for having a self-governing bodies for both cities that gives both leverage to look after their own communities that will ultimately help their communities to support what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other online comments? That's it. Okay. We're going to bring it back to these bodies for discussion. And, I guess I want to say this before we jump into that. I think it's really clear, again, I mentioned this earlier from tonight, one thing we can all agree on is that we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do in Rancho Cordova in particular. It is kind of stark once you see it in black and white in a report. I think it's something we've all known, but actually seeing it that way makes it even more come to home. So that's to me at least, and we're all welcome to say what we want in this. The discussion tonight is not whether or not we have work to do in Rancho Cordova. Yes, we do. The discussion tonight is this feasibility study something that makes sense to move forward with, perhaps as a means to go about fixing or doing some of that work in Rancho? Or from what we've seen in here tonight, and if we think we're not going to meet all 9 criteria, if that's even what we agree on, is this something we have to table and not move forward with? So that would be my hope, is that this is not a time we can find a time to talk about solutions and talk about programs that we want to have in Rancho. We've been doing that. Hopefully, if you've been coming to the board meetings or paying attention, you've seen that there's a lot of effort being done right now. As Ms. Lofthouse mentioned, just this year, changing how our supplemental funding is being spent. We haven't seen the results of that yet. We probably won't for several years. So we have a lot of programs. We have a lot of things we're doing. Again, my hope tonight wouldn't be that we brainstorm or make it even more clear that, yes, that's what needs to be done. It's really about this feasibility study. So, I think, Joanna, you said we keep doing the same things and it's not working. So let's do something different. Well, that's what we're talking about tonight. Is this the means we want to use to do something different? More particularly, I think this discussion for each city and the board is, do you as a city want to take this feasibility study or a feasibility study forward and give direction to your city to do that? Same with the board, or not. So with that being said, that's my hope. Certainly not what has to be the case tonight, but I'm going to pass it off to, Mr. Reed. That works for me, yeah. Mayor Sander, if you are still there, you want to bring it out to discussion to the city of Rancho Cordova?
Sure, I am still here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
This report was frankly shocking. And I realize some of the data in it's not accurate, but it really, if you weren't paying attention to what's going on each end of the district before, I think the report makes it impossible, if you just glance at it, to not realize the sort of the magnitude of the challenge here. I don't think Rancho Cordova would necessarily be pushing for some sort of a separation, except that disparity exists. I mean, that's what's driving it. We want the best for our kids. We think that perhaps local government is truly local government. In other words, Rancho Cordova focused on Rancho Cordova kids. Government might be better for their long-term success and education than a government might be distracted between 2 communities, or frankly, spending more time on the other community as opposed to us. So that's the general tenor. And I frankly think everybody in this room would probably say the same thing with regard to whatever community you're from. That local control generally is a positive thing, and we all stand up for that as local government officials. So I think the question for Rancho Cordova in particular is, what is the step that can get us to that point where we can have some guarantee that we are doing everything possible for the education of our kids? And our conclusion sort of to date has been, although we've never formally taken a vote among ourselves, but in leadership in Rancho Cordova, it seems to be that, boy, we've tried an awful long time with this district, and we are not sure that we've made progress. There are massive disparities. We're not sure, again, that they're getting better. So maybe we need to change course and try something else, because what we've been doing is not working. And that's sort of where we are. But the situation is also compounded by the fact that we are cut into 4 different districts. One of them not very meaningful cut, given there are no students there. But one, the Anatolia and south of Douglas cut, is extremely significant to the sort of district that we would be, school district that we would be. So to my mind, we need to do some big picture thinking here, and probably some outside the box thinking, and perhaps along the lines of what Mr. Reed was suggesting, some outside of the box, normal box negotiating or attempts at negotiation to see what other options are available. I wouldn't eliminate this one at this point, but I would keep it as sort of an option. Perhaps the best option, perhaps an option that we turn to a legislative approach instead of the process approach. But I don't think I would say at this point, no, we put this on the shelf and we forget it. I think we turn our attention to, the biggest picture view of this that we can. And with that, I think I would like to ask my colleagues, Linda, Siri, Garrett, I assume you're all 3 still there, what your thoughts might be on that matter.
Like that you laughed though before I start speaking. So clearly, well, the truth of the matter is that we're all friends in here. We all care about Rancho Cordova and we care about Folsom. And I don't like sharing our dirty laundry as we're getting ready to make this split, because it doesn't make my school district look good. It makes it look like one side is the bad side and one side is the good side. And I hate that. But that being said, it's an educational crisis for the city of Rancho Cordova. And I know no one in Folsom wants to hear that. And I feel bad that it's gotten to that level. So of course, Rancho Cordova would be willing to be the ones to push forward with the school separation. I mean, we're happy to be the filing. I just want to know the quickest way to make something that's at an educational crisis level happen faster. So I wouldn't mind us putting together, spending all Micah's money, putting together an educational plan. Love you, Micah. And then don't turn red on me. And then giving it to the school board that then champions it through, because I think it's 3 years less off our thing if the city of Folsom does it, the city of Rancho does it. And I know Folsom doesn't want to stop us. Like, you can see that we're in pain. We're a family. We're in pain right now. And this really hurts because it's our kids that are the ones in pain. Let's try this. Let's go down this path. Let's separate the school districts. Help us take the vote. I know that my citizens will get behind us this time, and we won't be the ones that impediment us from separating the school districts, because that's $6 million extra dollars plus all these grants that we put towards our kids. There's no way Folsom is going to go bankrupt. Folsom's one of the nicest school districts in the region. It's literally one of the nicest campuses you can walk onto. And I know that what we need is as nice of materials in schools in Rancho Cordova. Because like I said before, rising tides rise all ships. It shouldn't be a different educational field between 2 schools, 2 cities. It should know that both sides are going to be excellent educations. So come with us on this trip. Don't make us the enemy as we do this separation. Help us take this next step, which is to separate the school districts and start working. It's not like it's going to happen overnight. This isn't the magic wand. This is going to be a lot of work for the Rancho Cordova citizens and the community as a whole to come alongside it. But the city is down to pretty much do whatever it takes. I mean, we're starting to even talk about how we're going to immediately after we separate the school district, pick up a bond to start building not only another high school, but start taking to heart and doing what you guys did. We need to knock down some of our schools and rebuild them so there's this really great feel, but we want to do it as Rancho Cordova. And I know you guys understand it. Folsom was the first one to start the separation. And I can't believe back then we were kind of short-sighted and kind of been like, don't leave us. But now I think we've both grown in the relationship. We're both very secure in our identities, and we're okay with this walk. Both of us, Folsom helped lift us up and stabilize us after we helped them get to a certain point. And now we're both big boys and we can walk in a different direction. So it's not even a them versus us. It's we both know what's best for our groups. We know we need the extra money and the community involvement. And Folsom will instantaneously be literally the de la soul of public schools.
And what an amazing opportunity for Folsom and what an amazing opportunity for Rancho. And I don't really think there needs to be a fight between the two cities because we're going to do this because we know what we see. You know that it's the right thing. And I don't think Folsom wants to stop us. And honestly, I think most of the school board members know what direction we want to go. And you are going to have to keep duct taping this thing back together while we walk this next 4.5 years because it can't happen overnight. But when we get to that finish line and we separate, and then we start to go to work, it'll be for the good of the city of Rancho and for the good of Folsom. Because now we can hyper focus. I mean, that's the most important thing out of this report. One, financially, it just makes total sense for Rancho. And number two, it now allows us to hyper focus on the areas that Rancho Cordova really needs, which is we have a lot of low to disadvantaged community members that need an extra special. That lady said the best. Rancho Cordova is a hard place to teach. But that doesn't mean it's not a good place. Let's get the resources to those communities so they can really take advantage. So when she says she's the one that speaks Spanish, I want her to have enough language translators to be able to do that. But that is us knowing our community. And we can't, and it's just, I think it's almost too much now. And in less than, another 5 years, Folsom's going to grow and not be able to allow us up there and not be able to take advantage of those services. So I really feel that as a community, Rancho and Folsom know what's best as city councilmen. We know that no one in Folsom is trying to hold on to Rancho to make sure we stay there. And no one in Rancho is trying to hold on to Folsom anymore. And I think we gently do this and we all go at it together. And I know that SCOA, I've talked to some of the people there, they're also willing to talk about how they can expedite this. Even at the state level, they're talking about, they didn't realize it was this bad and that they can help out. Let's work together with everybody to do the separation economically. And if you guys have to use the yard until you guys can build a yard, fine. If Rancho Cordova we happen to have a large building, we can stage and move the Rancho Cordova School District in with us. We're willing to do whatever it takes to help out our kids. So let's walk down this path together and let's not do this as two cities fine. Let's do this as this is what's going to help out the sister city of another city to grow into what it should be. Thank you.
So, quite frankly, the next logical step for Rancho Cordova is to put this on our city council agenda and invite people to come and comment. We really have not done that. And it's very important, as Joanne said, that to the extent possible, we give the parents in Rancho Cordova an opportunity to comment on this. Obviously, it's going to be difficult to, or at least complicated, to share all the information that's in this report. It would be great to have it updated as Jim was talking about, and make sure that the program listings and those kinds of things are accurate, so that we're not dispensing inaccurate information. And we need to know what people think about it. So that would be our next step. We would ask you not to take this off the table, and not to suspend anything that you are thinking about doing or planning to do or in the process of doing. We certainly need a maintenance of effort here to keep going, which will affect the conversation in a variety of different ways. But that's really our next step. We can't just bulldoze our way into this without finding out what Rancho Cordova really thinks.
So obviously my colleagues have covered everything to the fact that, as Mayor said, the study is shocking. It is shocking to see what we've always known in the study in black and white to show that disparity, what we thought exists, actually does exist. So you're right, Mr. Hui, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We're all in here to see what's best for the kids. They are our future, so we need to invest in our future. And what is the best way that we can do that is what we're looking for, the best possible outcome. If the best possible outcome is that separation, then that's the way to go. But if there are alternate options that can reach us to that best possible outcome, we're open to that fact too.
Before we move over to Folsom, let me just clarify, maybe Dr. Klee, you can help answer this, or Mr. Martin. The feasibility study, will we have an updated copy with the updated information that we had covered tonight?
Yes, I think Dr. Huber mentioned that he said by the end of the week, he would have that data for the course offerings to be completed.
Okay, the course offerings, and then, I don't know if it's already been updated actually, but the percentages that needed to be shifted a little bit, those are already updated, okay. Sounds like, yeah, the updated report would be there.
Councilmember Rohrbach, final comments? Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez?
I have some. At your request, I would support the split because the disparity is obviously very apparent. I was raised by immigrant parents. I didn't have the support at home, but my parents sent us to private schools, which is how my sisters and I were able to sort of overcome the challenges of not having that support at home. I think a split would be a very positive thing for Rancho Cordova because it would start developing those Latinos and African Americans that oftentimes seem to test score, and it would put an emphasis into be able to helping them. In the long run, what it does is gives them generational wealth. I love the connections that the business community has given to the Folsom schools, and I believe that that is something that I see very positive happening. Rancho Cordova is just booming on the economic development side, and I just see long-term success for your students and for the residents of Rancho Cordova. And I just think that this would be a very positive thing for the city of Rancho.
Councilmember Chalmers-Rilla.
Awesome. I know it is, as everyone said, this report number 4 and number 6, that's the reason you guys are asking for a split. That's the reason. And I think this is the legislature's things. That should be the, more appropriately met, not the red. It should be green here. That's how I see it. Because there is a big disparities on socio-economical situations. I know, as my good friends was personalizing to herself, I feel the same way too. When I grew up, I think I was in the similar situation, under poverty, situation. But I got that extra help through this kind of programs where those socio-economically people can be benefited. And I got a C- in my English. That's why I'm here in front of all of you today. If I got the D, I won't be here, right? That's what we are talking about. So, no, I sincerely, see that. But the only one thing, maybe for Ms. Garcia and Mr. Phillips, slide 21. Slide 21, as a Folsom Cordova school districts, it's reasonably looks good. Slide 21, those Excel, spreadsheets, all green, one blue, orange, and all those. Am I saying it? Okay, good. I love it. We get the more money, 6 millions or 7 millions. I'm in support of, Rancho Cordova. By having Rancho Cordova so many orange or the lower scores, is it going to hurt Cordova CSD in terms of money coming flow? How is that? I know that's my concern, right? I want to do good, but while I want to do good, but if they are not qualified because there are so many oranges, is that the scenario or they get more funding?
No, so the state doesn't provide funding or lack of funding based on outcomes relative to those items that are measured there. The way the state set up their funding system with the LCFF is there's generally a correlation between higher or lower socioeconomic status and potentially lower rankings on the dashboard, right? Not all the time, but a lot of times. So that's why the state set up the system that it did, where there's additional dollars in play for districts with high concentrations of students that are eligible for free reduced price meals, English language learners, or foster youth, which is the case in Rancho Cordova, and using that as a proxy for funding, hopefully those dollars would then be used to increase many of those metrics: chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, graduation rates, ELA, and math test scores.
Got it. So my Rancho Cordova friend, it's not 6 million, so you get more money from the state. One quick one though, Matt. How close the Folsom? I know you throw at the beginning, we have total 1,000 school districts, and 100 of them are basic aid school districts. And quite a few of are seeing, and even the numbers are showing all greens and blues. Is there Folsom is close to getting into the basic aid school district.
So
how far?
It's a big gap.
Big gap, okay, good.
It's the tens of millions of dollars.
That's good.
And it has nothing to do with the test scores on whether or not a district is basic aid or state funded. It purely looks at what a district would receive in LCFF funding as compared with what is the property taxes that are collected locally.
Thank you again for saying, Linda, I think that's what we were thinking, right? We got to talk to Folsom residents, but we got to answer that question too. Is Folsom is going to be 101 basic aid schools, so they have to take a lot of burden. But thank you. But
Sorry
in
to
summary,
interrupt. Well, you're up here, Ms. Phillips.
yeah, in summary, thank you.
I just
again,
had a
in
quick
support.
follow-up question. While most of those don't impact funding, the chronic absenteeism would impact funding because of ADA. Is that correct?
Kind of. So
Okay.
districts get funded based on students showing up each and every day. I call it butts in the seats. So if a district has chronic absenteeism or higher chronic absenteeism, the flip side is students are not showing up each and every day. And so the district is not gathering the funding associated with that from the state of California.
Got it.
So send your kids to school every day.
Thank you. Again, and that's where probably Mr. Gatewood was talking about the teacher. We get the more translators to explain to the population that the importance of sending their kids to school. Thank you again, Mr. Chain.
I sympathize with our friends from the city of Rancho Cordova. If I was a Rancho Cordova resident, I also would want all of our city to be in the same district. I also want that for the city of Folsom, and we have had conversations at our council meeting just briefly about being the entity to take the lead on trying to get that area of American River Canyon South annexed into what is currently the Folsom Cordova School District. I think even before conversation is had with the district, though, we need to have conversations with the residents. And so that's something that Mayor Kozlowski, I think, doing some outreach with those residents, since that is the district he represents for our city. So I do think it makes sense for the city of Rancho Cordova to take the lead on any sort of split, but I think it sounds like there is support from the city of Folsom for you to do that. Thank you, President Hui.
Thank you. Okay, so just quickly before we come to this board, what I'm hearing so far is a lot of support from everybody we heard from, I think in Folsom, for everything the city of Rancho Cordova has talked about so far. I don't know that there's direction per se, but Ms. Budge, your recommendation was bringing this to the city council, the feasibility study. It sounded like there's some agreement around that as maybe a next step for the city to see if you might want to go forward with the feasibility study itself. And people are also interested in looking at some other means of pushing this forward, potentially through legislation, however that might look. So that's where we are right now. Yeah, I'll take it out to our board. Mr. Clark?
So, Mr. President, just to be clear, and Councilmember Budge, Linda, so, and I just need clarification. So does that mean that you guys would do another feasibility study?
No, actually, so I don't think our goal would be for the city to take the lead. That it would be the district using a standard process to request the split. For a whole host of technical reasons, which we've heard explained ad nauseum. But I'm also curious, we've got this study now, so are there any deadlines for using this study, or the length of time it takes to decide which way to go?
Yeah, that's a good question. Ms. Garcia?
There's no deadline per se for the study. If you, this again was done because the school district wanted to know where those 9 criteria might end up. If you put, what you're going to put forward to, if you were to move forward, is a resolution to the Sacramento County Office of Education, to their Committee on School District Reorganization. they are going to do their own study again. So what you're putting forward to them is, if it's coming from the city council, for example, or from the school board, it's a resolution saying, you know, we voted, the majority of the governing board is looking to split. You're going to have to provide them with what those boundaries are, because they're going to need to know that in order to do the study. They are going to reach out to the district again and ask for a whole bunch of information so that their staff or consultants can do another study in order to move that forward. So what you're putting together is a resolution of vote saying that you're looking to potentially do this reorganization.
Don't they also need the educational program?
They're going to effectively all of the same information that we looked at and anything else. They're going to look at all of that same information again.
Okay, but don't they also need to have? Don't we all have to turn in an educational program?
No, you're not required to turn in a full educational program. If you have that information and you want to put something like that together for them to consider it, but it's not a requirement for you to put together an educational program to submit a petition or a resolution for the possible district reorganization.
Okay, I asked that because I thought I read that somewhere in a list of information from the Ed Code.
I will take a look. Everything I've ever seen is you're putting together the resolution. It asks for, signatures of who are going to be the chief petitioners. It asks for the boundaries of where you're proposing the split. I have seen some that have put together, but it's usually because they're starting new districts and that's part of their argument. But an educational program is not required to be submitted for a district reorganization.
Okay.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the FCUSD board. So we'll start, Mr. Melchior, any closing comments? Mr. Merrill?
Coming to this meeting, I was trying to keep myself unbiased. I didn't really have a preference or an opinion on it just because I didn't know about the entire subject. But after this meeting, I feel like I am definitely pushing for a split of the district. I mean, I see in support of support. I see a lot of supports, and it's from both cities. So I also pledge my support for Rancho Cordova splitting off and, having its own governing body, bettering our school district.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Go to Ms. Lofthouse in a moment. I do want to remind our board here that, what we're looking for is tonight is partly it might just be if support is what we're going to offer tonight. That might be part of it. We're also looking at where do we want to move forward or not with the feasibility study. So Ms. Lofthouse.
I was going to just kind of reiterate that I think it's important to realize that we will not be making any decisions on this. So nobody in this room makes that decision. And so while we can support it 100% moving forward, and kind of exploring different options, it's completely out of our hands. So while we can pledge support or we can say, yes, we would want to move forward, it's important for everybody to remember that this decision can't be made here. There are people above us that are going to be making those decisions. So I just wanted to say that based on the study and based on every study that we've seen come before us as a board, I can recommit our efforts to ensure that we are going to be bettering the schools and the students of Rancho Cordova. As a board, that's been a commitment that we've been hard fast with this year. And so I know that for me, that's what comes out of this study, hearing that there has never been a split of a district that does not meet the 9 criteria and very clear reasons why. I wouldn't want to be the entity that brings it forward. I think that Rancho Cordova specifically bringing it forward actually has more teeth in the game, as they are the local governing board that wants this local control and kind of brought it to us initially. So, and can kind of stand on their own 2 feet of who they are as a city rather than us as a joint district. Because when we look at this as a joint district, the joint district is stronger as a whole, because we are Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and that's who we support as a board, is the entire district. as an entire district, as we see in this study, it is stronger together than apart. And so I think moving forward, to be able to speak to that in depth of what the city plans on doing and those specifics of how they're going to pay for these things and what that's going to look like. And I mean, for me, I also see we go over the district budget and the state budget so often that I have major concerns of either district being viable in terms of finances after a certain period of time. And so while yes, initially there is going to be more funding, there's also growth happening at the same time that's going to change that. There's also going to be expenses that both districts will now face because the district is split, and there are much greater expenses that we don't necessarily recognize, because now instead of one district office and one superintendent, we're now looking at two. Because of one special ed department, we're now looking at two that have to both pay into the county for support. So the small intricacies of a school district budget and the state education budget doesn't fall in, it's not supported in this in a way that fully explains what that looks like and what that costs. And so to be able to move forward in any direction, I would want to see kind of that viability of what does the budget, what would a made up budget look like for both of these districts with the student makeup that we currently have. Because again, initially, yes, it looks like more funding, but that funding might have to go other places, and that funding might get spent on other things. And so are we stronger as a district budget than we would be as two separate ones? And just kind of that snapshot might be an important thing to look at, because we know that the budget changes very often. And so that surface level, yes, it looks like there's more money, isn't always going to be the case. And so I think that there's concerns of that and what that looks like for our teachers, because what their current agreements look like and where their current sites are and all of where that status quo will not be able to be kept up. And so we may face both districts not being able to fill our teaching spots, and both districts without administration or classified staff, because now we can't pay them what we were paying them before. So that's kind of where I stand at this point.
Just as a parent of Rancho Cordova students, it's kind of felt like raising your kids in Rancho Cordova sometimes feels like screaming and no one hears you. And this report kind of feels like you're finally being heard. And I think that some of it is that when we talk about data a lot, right? And FCUSD, and we're driven by data. And so it's like, if you're looking at the data, you're like, wow, we're green, right? But we have a whole half that's in orange, and it consistently is in orange. And it's really hard when you're struggling as a parent to figure out, how do you not be orange? How can you be green? I do think that as a board, we've tried to take steps to do some corrections. The problem is, I think that we're to the point where we've hit a tipping point where we've got so many people screaming now that the correction that we made is going to be a while before that happens. And so now it feels like we've kind of got to almost go to extreme measures to do this correction. And it's I think what's disappointing is we were at the luncheon the other day, and we had somebody who walked up to us and said we were going to have 3 students go to Folsom because we thought they had better sports programs. But now that we have the new weight room, we're planning on staying at Cordova. And so for me, I'm actually very angered by that, because we have been pushing for these investments, and it just feels like it's not happening. And it's I'm really just at my max of hearing equity is giving kids what they need when they need it, because for 20 plus years we've had kids needing something and not getting it. And so all I can say is that I know that this board is committed to really trying to drill down on that and look at that. But I just don't know, especially with our conversations on SFID 3 going forward, And then hearing that we want to make another SFID after that, that from that perspective of things, I'm not sure that from that financial component, because when we made SFIDs, we actually made our own inequities when we did that. And so if we're just going to continue to perpetuate those things, I just don't really see a viable path forward together. And, you know, it's like, and the same thing, as much as Rancho needs things, Folsom needs the same things. You know, they need a specific attention to those. And I'm just not sure that the communities are so wildly different that together we can address all the needs that we need to make it, you know, everyone great as they can be. So for me, I would be supportive. I mean, I would love to see both city councils bring it forward and go take the temperature with both communities, because they're their kids. And, you know, I was hoping we would have more parents here tonight, but, you know, hopefully I think maybe with some additional outreach and things like that to both city councils, we could have those conversations with those families. But for me, I would be supportive, at least taking it to the next step and seeing where we can on that. So,
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I want to apologize for being late. I had just landed and I had to fly here from the airport. And if people know me, I'm a very slow driver. So I do apologize for getting here at the time that I did. You know, I also want to apologize because I know when we first had this conversation, I said maybe 4, maybe we'll get lucky and maybe we'll get 4. Well, we didn't get 4. We got 6. And that's an accomplishment. You know, 4 and 6, I think, is what we're looking at. We're building out. We're going to change that. And if a little push from, I know it's a hard ask, I know it's a hard sell, but if we can push the city of Sacramento and the city of Elk Grove just to budge a little bit, and I'll tell you right now, I will do my best to kind of talk to them and say, hey, this is a need. This is what we need in Rancho Cordova because we're trying to build for our kids. Now, honestly, we have that money. We have the community schools. We have the supplemental funding. Maybe we qualify for the concentrated grants if we do separate, but how long will that last? That is my fear. I know we can do good by it. I know we would make the best of it, but my worry is if it would be sustainable. And I've said this all along. Now, don't get me wrong, and don't mix my words, please. I'm willing to look at this split and support this split, but you have to look at the what ifs. We move forward with this and it goes to the county. What if they say no? What other options do we have? Who pushes it to the state? And what if they say no? Those are my concerns. While I was down in Southern California with CSBA, we talked about the state budget, and I'm optimistic, cautiously. We went from $68 billion in the deficit down to $37 billion. The governor will be releasing his budget, and he'll be doing a May revise. He is talking about using some of the rainy day fund just to sustain our arts and music program, which I think is great. So that's just something to think about. And Councilmember Sander, you talked about taking it to the legislative level. Legislative Action Week is March 12th through the 14th. I will be participating in those, talking to our local assembly members. If you want in, I'll be more than happy to invite you on that. But we've got to work together. I'm hoping that the city, either Folsom or Rancho Cordova, moves forward with it, with the resolution, and let's just see how it goes. So we're going to get there. I mean, it's just some hurdles that we need to jump over, but like I said, I feel cautiously optimistic. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed.
Thank you. You know, I think the first step really is what was described by, I think it was Councilwoman Budge. You know, Rancho Cordova needs to agendize this. They need to have a conversation with their residents and ask the residents, what do they want? You know, I mean, obviously, the 5 members of the city council represent the residents of Rancho Cordova, but obviously the residents would be the ones who would be voting on this. And certainly they wouldn't want to go forward if the constituents in Rancho Cordova did not want this. So I think it's very important that we give Rancho Cordova the time to get this agendized, have a thoughtful conversation with their residents, you know, maybe even find some way to poll their residents, or, you know, even on the fall election. I don't know if it's possible to have just a non-binding advisory to the city council to judge where the residents are on that. Maybe not. I mean, obviously that would cost some money, right? But anyway, I think ultimately that has to be the first step. You know, if they, you know, perform that and it is positive, I think the second step needs to, before we even talk about who's going to be the lead and who, you know, who's going to put it forth, I think at the very least, you know, I think the superintendent and representatives from the school board and from the city council need to go and have at least some conversations with our adjoining school districts. Even if it's just check the box, you know, we got to do our due diligence with them and see if there's any interest in having a cordial solution rather than one that's, you know, more expensive. So I think that would be the second step, if you will. Now, you know, all 4 of them might say no, but, you know, might as well ask. Then if after that, the decision is, okay, we're going to go forward in splitting the district. Because ultimately, for me, this is a local issue. If Rancho Cordova wants their own school district, then Rancho Cordova should have their own school district. Regardless of whether we think together we're stronger or whatever, you know, it's ultimately local control. And I'm a big fan of local control. But I also 100% believe this, and I should say 99%. I hate to say, give myself no room to reconsider, but I truly believe that the city of Rancho Cordova, if this is what your residents want, you got to take the lead on it, not the school board, for several reasons. Number one, our job at FCUSD is to educate students. We have limited resources, staff, money. We cannot be diverting our staff's attention and resources into splitting the district. We need to be putting all of our resources towards educating our students in both Rancho Cordova and Folsom, not getting sidetracked on splitting the district. Second, we have a majority of Folsom board members. How's that going to look, that the majority of Folsom board members have to vote on whether to split the district for Rancho Cordova? That's not going to look good, the optics of that. If Rancho Cordova takes the lead, and because your residents decide this is something that they want to do, that they want, nothing would prevent the school board or the Folsom City Council from adopting a resolution in support of that. Honestly, you know, with the challenges at both the county level and the state level, I think it would be more compelling if it came from the city of Rancho Cordova than it did from either the city of Folsom or the school board. And again, if it's more compelling coming from the city of Rancho Cordova, and I think this will require both the city of Folsom and the city of Rancho Cordova to maybe have a side conversation as to where you maybe eventually see the boundary between the two cities, because we've got this big unincorporated area in between. So I think that's going to be a little, you know, conversation that needs to take place between the two cities. But assuming that you can figure that out, then, what better than to have a resolution from the school board and a resolution from the neighboring city in support of your initiative to split or to carve out part of the district for the Rancho Cordova school district. And then finally, if Rancho Cordova does decide that they want to create their own school district, I would probably encourage the school board here to immediately consider expanding the size of our school board from 5 to 7 members. Because what that would do, at least on the population right now of the district, it would create 3 dedicated Rancho Cordova seats, 3 dedicated Folsom seats, and probably 1 seat that would cross the border, probably a little bit more to the benefit of Folsom than Rancho Cordova. But the reason for that is I think we would want to set Rancho Cordova up for success. And the best way, again, if we're going down this path to set Rancho Cordova, the future Rancho Cordova school district up for success, is to give you 3 viable candidates who will be running for presumably a 5-member board, i.e. a majority of the board, who understands how school districts operate. And right now, we have 2 Rancho Cordova school board members, and assuming that they both get elected to this 5-member board, you'll have a minority of the board who understand how school districts operate. So, again, I think if we do hear back from Rancho Cordova after their due diligence that they do want to move forward with this, that they presumably would be willing to take the lead, I guess that's my question or suggestion to this board, is that under state law, we can be a 5 or 7-member board. I would recommend at that point we consider expanding the board to 7 members so that we set up future Rancho Cordova school district for success. So those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. All right, just a few closing thoughts here. First, again, I just want to thank Ms. Garcia and Mr. Phillips. It was really helpful, and appreciate all the work you put into it. I also want to make sure I thank Dr. Kaligi and all of her staff who have also put in a lot of hours and work toward this. So Sean, Jim, Matt, I'm sure there's a million more names I could probably mention, but thank you for, we know we were putting a lot on your plate, and thanks for making this a priority as well. Yeah, Mr. Reed, I mean, start with addressing the 7-member board, which I think is a really interesting idea. I'd be open to having that discussion if the city of Rancho Cordova does move forward with this. My concern in that is that once we go to 7 members, we're probably not going to go back to 5. And if this study doesn't go through, I'm not sure that I want 7. But I get your point. And I think it's a really good one that, even talking about an educational program, it's hard to have that discussion when you wouldn't even have a quorum and a school board to agree on that program. Again, I'd be open to talking about it. I think it might be something worth thinking about. I have not, a little bit less than a year left on this board, and I've been thinking, my goal really is just to leave no stone left unturned to figure out how we can help the students in our district that are struggling, particularly in Rancho Cordova. This was one of those big stones. So we've seen this. I'm really excited that we were able to come together this way to do this. I think that was really important in this whole discussion. We'll continue searching for ways. I think it's been mentioned, no matter what happens, this is going to be a long process. We're not going to stop all of our programs and stop everything, stop looking for ways to make sure that our students are cared for. So we will keep looking for solutions. I guess part of what I'm struggling with is that I do agree that you took an objective look at this feasibility study based on the requirements that are before us. I don't necessarily agree in principle that all of these are correct. And I think they are based on, on what you have to tell us. So, you know, do I think that we wouldn't have a sound educational program? No, I think we would have a very sound education. I don't think we would be segregating students, but based on what we have to put in this report, those things are there. So I guess where I come down on this is, do I support continuing to look at a reorganization? Yeah, I think it's really worth continuing to talk about. I would definitely support this going before the city council in Rancho Cordova and hearing what your citizens have to say about it. I don't necessarily support this school board moving forward with this report, at least right now. And that's kind of where I feel like I'm stuck here between, yeah, I want this to keep moving forward, but I don't know that we could, with 3 of the 9 not passing on here, I'm not sure that we could bring it forward. I kind of, Mr. Reed, I mean, I agree with you. I think it does come with a lot more power if it comes from the city. I also agree that, yeah, there's no reason we couldn't have a resolution from the board, and if the city of Folsom want to do that as well, saying that we are in support of this, so if that is something that we all agree to, or in support of at least seeing what it looks like moving forward. So that's where I stand right now in terms of direction for our staff. I would agree. It doesn't sound like any of us right now are saying we want to move forward with this study. I hear all of us saying, yeah, we definitely support continuing to explore, and if Rancho is going to move forward, we want to, many of us have said we would support that. I do think that it is a great idea to have a formal conversation with Elk Grove Unified, San Juan Unified, Sac City Unified. And so it does sound like there is some direction from our board, Dr. Collegian, to go ahead and have those conversations. And then, you know, hopefully maybe that's something you can bring back as an informational item, or depending on how those conversations go. So that's where I stand tonight. I really appreciate this conversation because, like we've been mentioning since June when we first started talking about this, what part of what this conversation, having all of these bodies together, does is it we have to uncover things that sometimes we don't see. I don't think that's intentional. I think our staff does a great job and has really pushed for our students to be able to succeed. You know, we come up against some really difficult barriers in that. So, you know, but we have to face this, right? Because it's here in front of us, it's in black and white. So I do appreciate this conversation, and it sounds like, to me, the path moving forward then would be bringing it before, again, it's up to you guys, but potentially for the city of Rancho to bring it before, to make it an agenda item. So you can bring this to the people in Rancho Cordova, see what their thoughts are about it. There's support, certainly, for that I'm hearing from everybody, at least to move forward with that. There's consensus on both boards to do that. And then again, talking with the school districts that we would maybe want to bring into either Rancho Cordova Unified School District or Folsom Cordova Unified School District. So I'm open to any last comments if you have them, and after that we'll move to adjournment.
Thank you for everyone coming today. It was great, and I'll see you in exactly 7 weeks so we can get your support as we file this thing and start running up the flagpole. Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 adjournments to take care of before we get out of here. I'll have FCUSD go last so I can gavel out officially. Vice Mayor Aquino.
It is 10:08 p.m. The Folsom City Council is adjourned. Thank you.
Mayor Sander.
It is, well, I venture to say 1 a.m. where I am. So the Rancho Cordova contingents, we will adjourn at this time.
All right, and by consensus of the board, unless I hear otherwise, we will adjourn as well. Not hearing otherwise, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.